Screams resounded across a barren area which was a small forest a few minutes ago. Fresh huge potholes were present all over, destroying any presence of greenery. In the potholes, men and women, clad in blue and red combat dress, the patrol uniform of planet guards laid injured. Many had at least a limb bone crushed to pulp, but somehow managed to stay alive. Of course, the injuries on their bodies ensured they wouldn't live past a few minutes. Others were not so lucky. Twisted necks, severed torsos and punctured hearts, their deaths were too gruesome. Even the ones alive dreaded their fate. They would have died like that too, only a woman was standing in front of them. Her arms were badly bruised and a large wound gaped on her abdomen. Yet, the woman gripped her sword tight and glared at the enemies in front of her. Her intense gaze seemed to pierce through the three abyssals standing in front of her. They towered her, both in stature and power. Yet, son of bitches. Even if I die, I'll take one of you down. The woman growled. The three abyssals looked down at her and laughed. The middle one suddenly stopped and looked up the sky. No time to waste. Order Realm will be here in 10 seconds. The two abyssals understood his order and dashed at the woman. The aura in their body exploded like a volcano burst and they crossed the sonic speed in an instant. Boom! Boom! As the air burst like an explosive, they both raised their fists and punched down at her. Drip! Drip! In those critical moments, the world view of the woman slowed down. She could feel the warmth and stickiness of the liquid flowing from her forehead, down to her eyebrows and dripping down in front of her shoes, forming a small puddle of ruby red. Ha! The woman's speed suddenly increased by a notch. The abyssal's eyes shrank. They were both low level 7. From early on, her attacks too seemed to be on low level 7. The aura they sensed earlier also seemed to be vaguely around low level 7. So they too assumed her to be level 7 Super Body Awakener. Body Path, level 1 to 3, Enhanced, level 4 to 6, Superhuman, level 7 to 9. But, the abyssal that was watching the whole battle exclaimed in rage. You suppressed your aura. And you're an extreme mid-level 7. Boom. The woman's heightened speed easily let her avoid the blows and in an instant, her sword hummed, slashing down at the abyssals with a bright light. Right at the moment she swung her sword, she changed her heightening and improved her strength. Creak. There was a tearing sound in the next moment, her sword attack, reaching the strength of high level 7, connected with the abyssal's torsos. Qua. Like a knife slashing through butter, her sword cut down their bodies into two, their guts splattering all over the place as their green blood splashed on the dying humans, sending them off. But she had no room to celebrate. Boom! Right when she swung her sword, the third abyssal shot at her. His speed was even higher than the two, in mid-level 7. Right when she cut them down, his fist hit her chest. Gotcha! She was blown away like a broken rag doll as the sounds of her ribs breaking resounded throughout the barren land. The woman felt a warm and iron taste in her mouth. Before she knew it, the liquid was overflowing from her mouth. Bam! She finally crashed into the ground, her back almost breaking from the impact. Coo! She barely stood up, her vital organs, heart, lungs, liver, were all severely damaged. Even with a level 7 superhuman awakener physique, the combat power she could exert was less than 20%. You cocky bitch. The abyssal appeared in front of her, even before his words could reach her and raised his hand. No, he wasn't going to do something silly like slapping her. He had an important mission. The Shadow Order's secret realm. Ding! A bracelet on the abyssal's wrist hummed softly. They're here. He muttered and narrowed his eyes. I heard Shadow Order like slaves from the army. You even have a good black market price. The woman's eyes went bloodshot. She gathered the last of her energy and punched at him. Boom! The abyssal easily blocked her fist and slapped her with the back of his hand. Paw! She crashed to the ground as the prickling pain from her cheek coursed through her body, her brain threatening to shut. Unfortunately, she was already spent from fighting. She already killed 10 low-level 7 abyssals before these 3 arrived. As the abyssal approached her step by step, the woman closed her eyes in despair. In that moment, her life flashed before her eyes. She was the best genius of her school. She graduated from the Imperial Defense Academy. After serving as a base commander on the planetoids for 10 years, she was punished and transferred to the Planetary Guards. She started a family. Her son just turned 11, he always asked about his father. She couldn't tell him he sacrificed himself to protect her and their unborn son. "I want to live." She grinned her teeth and said, "Pa." The response was a kick to her stomach. The woman's eyes turned white from the pain, and slowly, she felt her brain shutting down. This abyssal was merely playing earlier. He never planned to let her live in the first place. Looking at her eyes that were quickly losing focus, he grinned and lifted his foot. Even though he wanted to crush every part of her body, the Order's secret realm was already here. So he decided he'd make do with stomping her to death. "Son, I love you." She muttered and closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Even after a few seconds, the expected pain or relief of death didn't come. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a woman in black standing in front of her. Her tricolor hair fluttered in the wind as she stood straight, gazing into the sky. Even though she was only one person, she looked like a million-strong army. She exuded a cold and calm killing intent. As if she was a perfectly rational slaughterer. "Good work," Enigma said as she threw an expensive healing potion at the dying woman. It splashed on her severely injured body and a warmth washed over her. The woman widened her eyes as she saw the same abyssal kneeling in front of Enigma, his head long crushed to pieces sprawled around his body. At that moment, she recalled what the military told her. The Shadow Guardians and Shadow Order were from the same source, Shadow Nation. They just had different means, but the same goals. Shadow Guardians were cruel and inhumane people. Especially, its leader Enigma. She kills without batting an eye. She has no emotions. She is, not even a human. All those words, everything her superiors, her colleges, and her juniors talked about her came to mind. Yet, she found in the most unexpected way the validity of those statements. "Thank you," she said and fainted. The planetary guards rushed to the scene and held them back long enough. If the Abyssals entered the secret realm and used their technology to remove Dreamer's tracker, then everything would be futile. She glanced at the 12 dead soldiers and 13 who were barely alive, including the woman. "Thank you," Enigma muttered and said. Take care of them." A petite figure dressed in all black appeared behind her and nodded violently. "Yes." She hurriedly administered the living a 6-star healing potion and took every human, dead or alive, to a far-off distance. Then she turned her attention to the distance. Enigma was floating in the sky. Her gaze seemed to pierce space itself. She calmly said, "On position." At the same time, on 5 different locations, 5 people per location, in black clothing were brandishing their weapon against empty space. This included a location under the ocean and a location up in the clouds. All of them looked extremely serious. Fortunately, there were no speculators. All of them said after Enigma, "On position." Then, their comms buzzed and a hologram covered the space in front of them. It was a white barrier with several cross marks. A cute voice sounded from their comms, belonging to a certain ghost. "Strike." Boom. Space was crushed and gravity spiked as the attacks were unleashed on the secret realms. However, a few silhouettes appeared out of nowhere, blocking their attacks. They too were clad in black. But the difference was they had a logo of a hooded figure. The face of the figure was covered in black, only a blood red, and cruel smile could be seen. Shadow Order. Petty tricks. The man who appeared in front of Enigma scowled. We just need to secure one abyssal and you're done. Enigma felt the pressure of a level 9 pressure down on her. She didn't back down and stared back at him. Her gaze narrowed as she gauged the 5 individuals behind the leading man. The leading man was the Lord of the Realm. A mid-level 9. 2 men behind him were the Vice Lords. 2 low level 9. Finally, the 20 behind them were the Deacons. Peak level 8. Enigma, you are still too weak. What can you do other than escape? Do you dare to fight me? The Realm Lord shamelessly said. He was sure of defeating Enigma in a fair fight, but when the hell did she ever play by the rules? Besides, she could always escape. And no one could stop her. Humph. Aren't you ashamed to challenge a level 8? This old man Frode will take on you level 9 dogs. A huge aura burst out from the distance and a hunched man in black appeared in front of the Realm Lord. Zap! Zap! His aura was at mid-level 9. His huge wings of lightning flapped. The old man looked like an angel sent to punish evil. The Realm Lord flinched and exclaimed. Why you? Adventurer Frode, Thundermite, aren't you dead? How did you know? Frode asked in equal amazement. Didn't you just say? Enigma silently sighed. Whatever. I'm alive and kicking. Frode said after feeling a chill on his back. He could feel her glare at him. Even though he was technically stronger than her, he didn't want to piss her off. Join us. We are powerful people. We shouldn't waste our lives for the ordinary. Realm Lord invited with a sincere tone. Frode simply spat in disgust and said. I always thought we humans had a sense of shame, but now I know they don't. Wait, you aren't even qualified to be a human. You traitorous bastard. The Realm Lord's eyes chilled. The space around him fluctuated madly and he said with a cruel smirk. Are you sure you want to do this? Abyssals are holding off any reinforcement that could come. You would get no help, but on the other hand, we will soon have other powerhouse of the Order arrive through cross-tunneling, thanks to the Abyssals. Frode's brows knit together. So that was the plan. Army would surely block off any suspicious interplanetary travel. But the Order members would go to Abyss and from there, cross-tunnel to the dungeons on Earth. In the current situation where manpower was limited, there was little they could do. Besides, the Shadow Order seems to have been preparing for this even before they expected. The reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Haha. How about it? In a minute or two, we'll have our reinforcements. And you will die a cruel death. Realm Lord chuckled arrogantly. However, his back was already soaked in cold sweat. He didn't lie. Reinforcements could be here any minute. But if Enigma manages to break open the secret realm, then everything would be futile. They would be completely exposed. With how much the army hated them, even if they were visible, they'd do everything they can to get rid of them. So these 1 or 2 minutes were crucial to him. He only wished for Frode and Enigma to leave. Of course, he was already planning revenge. Once the Abyssals erased the mark, he'd ask them if they can help find the Shadow Guardians. Then, Frode, block them off. Enigma curtly said, cutting off his thoughts. Yes, leader. Frode said and a golden lightning flashed. Arg. I'll kill you, old bastard. Realm Lord yelled and clenched his hand. At the same time, he signaled the 2 low-level 9s to stop Enigma. He channeled his space power and muttered. Space blast. The space was suddenly compressed and the next moment, it exploded. Like a broken mirror, cracks appeared everywhere. It would have killed a level 8. Even a high level 8 would have been seriously injured. Yet. Die. Frode's body was turned into lightning and a huge lightning armor covered his body. He not only survived the impact, but his lightning spears blocked the 2 low-level 9s from reaching Enigma. Go. Stop her. Realm Lord yelled in a hurry. Not a chance. Frode took on the three of them. Boom. Creak. Kacha. The sky was filled with broken space, and golden lighting, as well as two weaker fire and water swords. Guh. Frode stumbled back, clutching his chest. There was a huge cut on his chest from the space attack. His right arm was burnt slightly while his left arm was frozen. Clearly, he found it difficult to take on the three of them. And in fact, he might not survive a few more minutes. But, he persisted. Stop her. Kill me first. Boom. The level 9's fight was fierce and its impact could be felt even from 100 miles. At this moment, another battle was taking place. Here too, a single member of Shadow Guardian fought off multiple members of the Order. 20 of them, in fact. Yet, the result couldn't be more different. Enigma's sword came down like a death sickle. Her figure blurred in the air and not even the peak level 8s could take a second strike from her. Thud. 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 They dropped from the air like fired birds and crashed to the ground. Enigma wasted no time and raised her sword to strike. A bright white light flashed and the next moment, a blinding sword strike hit one of the cross marks on the hologram. Kacha. Like a broken lock, a huge white barrier appeared out of nowhere. But it faded in and out of sight, as if it were an illusion. No. Realm Lord screamed and his aura rose, pushing away Frode. He was about to rush to Enigma when Frode appeared in front of him in his lightning form. Arg. With bloodshot eyes, he attacked Frode with all his strength, and the old man was sent flying, coughing out blood. Enigma was about to launch a second attack when she sensed two abyssals trying to sneak in. Humph. With a snort, the two low-level 8 abyssals were forced to the ground and their eyes turned dull, before they died. Kacha. Enigma attacked for the second time. Kacha. Third. Fourth. She needed to just get one more strike, but... Die. The Realm Lord appeared in front of her and yelled. Enigma disappeared and the next moment, the space she was in blasted into pieces. She appeared at a distance and saw Frode on the ground, taken care of by the petite girl, E. At the same time, 4 level 7 abyssals entered the secret realm which was now almost materialized. Ha ha ha. I won. We won. Enigma, your plans are useless. Realm Lord laughed out loud, arrogance and triumph overflowing in his laughter. Enigma knit her brows and she stopped Frode who was about to get up. She glanced at a certain direction in the sky before turning to Realm Lord. No. You lost. They're here. With those words, Enigma, E and Frode disappeared. The same scene was staged across the other 4 secret realms. Every location's secret lord and level 9s were blocked by the level 9 of Shadow Guardians. Of course, Guardians level 9s all had to pay price of severe injuries. On the other hand, unlike Enigma, there were several level 8s in Guardians to take on the Order's level 8s. Of course, Guardians level 8s were outnumbered. Despite that, they managed to land 3 out of the 5 required strikes to break open the secret realm. By then, the Abyssals already entered into the secret realm and were about to hide it again. But just like with Enigma, the reinforcements from Army arrived. A huge, dark and looming presence, like death itself, seemed to descend from the sky. No, it was still far away, but its mere presence seemed to announce itself as the herald of destruction. From the corner of his eye, Zokai saw his confidants, the Vice Lords, low-level 9s trembling fiercely. Cowards. He cursed and said. Get inside. By the time he realized it, his voice was quivering. He too was trembling. His confidants nodded fiercely and turned around to rush back into the secret realm. Zokai used his space power and teleported himself in. With his token, and being a level 9 space awakener, he had this ability. After teleporting into his familiar castle, Zokai clutched his chest, feeling his racing heart. Fear? He shook his head in denial. In the process, his gaze fell on the mirror. He saw a ghostly pale face looking back at him, bloodshot eyes. Pathet, he stopped abruptly, realizing it was his own reflection. Wait. This is not important. I need to know what's happening outside. As the Secret Realm Master, he could do a lot of things. Forging the entry tokens was one. Ordering the realm to move was another. However, he couldn't escape from Enigma by forcing the realm to move. The speed of the Secret Realm was slow and they already had a tracking mark on. He had to stop Enigma from breaking open the Secret Realm. As he feared, Dreamer was indeed capable of finding the weak spots of the Secret Realm. If Enigma was allowed one more hit, then everything would have ended. I saved the Secret Realm. Zokai stopped trembling and clenched his fists. Thinking of the fearsome presence that was descending, his lips slowly curled up. What if you are so powerful, you need to hit the right spot with the minimum strength? Now, Enigma is gone. The hologram is also gone. What can you do? As he grinned complacently, the Secret Realm suddenly shook. An ominous premonition came to his mind and he hurriedly opened the vision of the Secret Realm surroundings. There he saw it. No. Saw him. A tall man with red hair and black eyes. He had the same power as the old man Ford that Zokai previously beat. Lightning Path. But in addition, he could feel a familiar power from the other party. Space Path. Moreover, even though he's looking at him from across the realms, Zokai felt a tremendous pressure. It was not sovereign pressure, but the closest it could be. Peak of level 9. Calm down, calm down. He only roughly knows where the Secret Realm is. He doesn't even know the weak points. What can he do? Zokai suddenly stumbled and rolled on the ground. What? He hurriedly teleported outside of his castle and observed the Secret Realm. This. His heart nearly leapt out of his throat. The whole small world, the sky, the ground, the buildings were all shaking fiercely. Boom. 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 It was as if someone was knocking a metal door with a log. But this time, the door was the Secret Realm itself and the log, what was the log? With each knock, everyone in the Secret Realm felt an unprecedented fear. It was as if death was knocking on their doors, asking them to be obediently accept their fate. Then it came. The sound of a chain breaking. Kacha. Fuck. Zokai swore incredulously. How did he do it? He doesn't know the weak spots. So how? Rumble. The Secret Realm trembled fiercely and slowly, he saw it. The entire barrier of the Secret Realm was hit by a massive and intense fire waves. Then it was blasted by the space bursts. Repeatedly. Hundreds of times. So much that even the dispersed attacks that only carried less than 0.1% of the attack's power accumulated and broke the last chain. A monster. This is a monster. Zokai roared in disbelief. He was also in level 9, but this strength was beyond him. The red-haired man's eyes turned to him and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Zokai. Guh. Zokai was about to teleport when the space around him suddenly solidified. Space unbinding. He tried to loosen the space and teleport. Even if he can't defeat him, escaping must be possible, right? Arg. The space didn't budge and he couldn't teleport. No. It loosened, but the other guy tightened it further so that he couldn't feel any difference. Coup. Zokai's heart couldn't give birth to a trace of resistance. The killing intent from the man overwhelmed his senses and scared the daylights out of him. Excuse me, I am the Realm Lord of Shadow Order. I have killed tens of thousands. Logically, I should have the most killing intent. But why do you have such a thick killing intent? How many did you kill? 10,000? 100,000? A million? Hiss. He didn't have the time to ask. The red-haired man gripped his neck and snarled. You scum. How are you feeling today? Zokai was about to answer when he felt an unbearable hotness from the man's palm. He already covered himself with space armor. Coupled with his space body, he could resist the attacks of most level 9s. Arg. Not him. Zokai gritted his teeth and refused to scream. Ho. Bali raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. The secret realm was bathed in sea of fire. Arg. Gruff. Son of a bitch. You misogynist pig. It was the scene of an apocalypse. The flames swallowed everyone, low, mid and high awakeners, no one was spared. Floating in the air, the flames reflected on Bali's emotionless face. Even amidst the tragic cries, his face didn't change in the slightest. But slowly, as the fire scorched his very being, Zokai couldn't help but scream in agony. Arg. Arg. Gra. Zokai's scream sounded like divine music to Bali, who sighed in contentment and softly said. A bug, the lowest of scum that betrayed its own race, even hindered their growth. Your screams are just so delightful to hear. Zokai's body trembled at those words. Until now, he killed everyone who said that to him. Now, he couldn't. Arg, pui, se. He begged through his screams. The unforgiving flames burnt away his space armor and melted his skin. They slowly began to seep into his flesh and torture him. His space power instinctively solidified the space around his flesh and tried to protect him. But... Arg. The flames melted his flesh, roasted his bones and tortured his soul. Ase. He begged. Please what? Bali raised an eyebrow and looked into his eyes. Or the hollow sockets that now stood in their place. He wanted to say, kill me, but his tongue was burnt at that moment and the fire traveled down his throat, into his stomach. Now, even his screams were muffled. The only sign of his life was the twitching that lasted for full 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Bali looked into his calm and shook his head like it was a pity. It'll take 1.5 minutes, Evander will be at his limit. Gotta go. Then he tossed aside the scorched body in his arm or what remained of it and a flame ball turned it to ashes. Bali's figure disappeared as he appeared above Earth in an instant and boarded his space shuttle. Soon after, 7 more space shuttles followed him as they raced back to the planetoids. 6th Asura Squad, mission complete. Respect S+. Each mile had to bear the fire attack equivalent to 3 nuclear strikes. Monster. Varian muttered as he waited a few miles away from a secret realm. It was destroyed by a man and woman, lighting and water. Their powers complemented each other and resulted in greater damage. But... Arg. Crazy. How dare they send level 9s? I hope Abyssals take down the planetoids. These stupid bitches need to learn a lesson. 3 heavily injured Order members growled as they fled the scene. Only Bali's fire attacks killed everyone in the secret realm. In case of the other 4 realms, there were some remnants. Of course, since they took care to kill the strongest ones, the surviving dreg had no level 8s. Looking at the heavily injured level 6s, Varian's lips curled up. The army would be here in a few minutes. He had to make do and kill as many as he could. Tisk. Varian snickered and drew his sword. The Order members suddenly heard a metallic clang and exclaimed. Army? No, he's just a kid. Just a level 5? How dare he mock us? Kill. As they were speaking, the 3 already started to use their powers. Varian felt his body turn heavy as the gravity increased, then his mind felt dizzy and finally a thunderbolt shot at him. It'd have been really dangerous, facing the attacks of 3 level SXS. But, slash. Varian teleported behind the Mind Awakener and slashed his sword. At the same time, he turned on his comms capture function. Essentially, it'd record who he was killing and report it to the central server. Wah, the Mind Awakener didn't understand why Varian was able to break out even when he died. Varian shook his head as the gravity spiked and the Gravity Awakener dashed at him with incredible speed. From the back, arrows of lightning covered the sky. If you're not injured, I can only escape. But now you don't even hold 30% of your normal power. Idiots. Varian cursed and his body blurred. As he rushed towards the Gravity Awakener, he felt the force of gravity suddenly change. Guh. He was strongly pulled from behind. His speed dropped drastically and Varian felt his bones slowly twist under the pressure. Changing the direction of gravity, good. Varian smiled and he covered himself with space armor and lightning, and used the reinforced strength to resist the gravity. Whoosh! Varian and the Gravity Awakener collided in mid-air. A gauntlet appeared on his hand and in the next moment, his fist connected with Gravity Awakener's hammer. Boom! Varian felt a heavy force coming off from the other person and stumbled back. There was a sweet taste on his tongue as blood slowly overflowed from his lips. But the Gravity Awakener was much worse. His already injured body couldn't bear the attack and collapsed. I'll remember you. The Lightning Awakener swore and a lightning cloud appeared under him. In the blink of an eye, he was already miles away. Varian would have had trouble if this was before, but since he already advanced to level 4, he locked the other person and teleported in front of him. Wah! Looking at Varian who appeared in front of him mid-air, the Lightning Awakener shrieked in fear. Please spar. Varian cut off his head without a word and continued hunting. Master, there are 4 level SXS fleeing in the coordinates. Master, there is a level 7 Awakener fleeing, take a detour. With Boo's assistance, Varian kill count increased. Even though his opponents were severely injured, they were still level SXS. Thus, 2 things happened. He was slowly getting injured and the system's notifications, which were in silent mode, kept ringing. His killing spree lasted for 5 minutes and the army arrived. Varian boarded the ghost ship and took a healing potion. 30 level 6S, 300 seconds, not bad, I guess? He panted. He was already spent. He could fight level 5s for hours, but fighting level SXS and so many of them, was a different thing altogether. Besides, every enemy of his put everything on the line when they realized he was after their lives. It created a far more intense battle than a normal duel. But the results were equally gratifying. Status, Body Path Level 5, 410/2000, plus 100, Space Path Level 4, 60/1000, plus 30, Lightning Path Level 4, 465/1000, plus 50, Morpher Path Level 3, 360/400, plus 30, Mind Path Level 3, 130/400, plus 100, awesome. Varian smiled cheerfully. He wanted to fight level 6S like this every day, but if they weren't seriously injured and couldn't exert most of their strength, it'd be seeking death. Body Path and Mind Path had the most improvement. The reasons were obvious. He used Body Path mainly and took a lot of damage. At the same time, out of the 30 level SXS, 10 were Body Awakeners, be it enhanced or controller. He faced 3 telepaths, and their mental attacks only helped him grow. Next was Lightning Path. He only faced 5 of them and the first 2 were already dying. But at least, taking their lightning attacks head-on, his own lighting improved. Finally, there were 2 Space Awakeners that improved his space powers. His Morpher powers rose mainly in response to his injuries. These are the best 5 minutes. As he muttered, he checked his comm at Cadet Varian. Your act of slaying 30 level 6 terrorists is commendable. Had you not taken care of them, they would have sneaked away and recuperated their injuries, eventually becoming a menace to Earth's peace. Worse, they could have entered the cities and wreaked havoc. Your bravery saved lives and maintained peace. Human Armed Forces recognizes this contribution. But considering they were already injured, your merit points are lowered. You are awarded 9,000 merit, so many? Varian wondered if it was fake. Boo explained. Master, the value of any action is measured relative to the circumstances. When the Asura squad destroyed the secret realms, the reinforcements of the Shadow Order from other planets arrived in the dungeons. These injured remnants would all be saved, and what do you think they will do? They will fiercely retaliate. Suicide bombing, hostage-taking, hijacking. Anything. Every attack on Shadow Order was followed by a fiercer and crazier retaliation. Varian paused for a moment and sighed. In his extermination list, Shadow Order was silently added. Shaking his head, he opened his comm. Varian cumulative merit points, 21, 510 current merit points, 21,000, the target Eric, second-year supervisor, gave was 20,000 MP. But there was a loneliness in the walls that couldn't be erased. The way only she moved to and fro, in this vast, and almost ghostly mansion along with Anna had bothered Sarah for a long time. Not now. She held the spatula in one hand as she tasted the dish she was cooking. A pinch of salt would do. Then cautiously, almost gravely, she added a pinch of salt. She didn't want to blow up the dish, she was already past that point. The magical salt imbued with aura whirled around the meat on the stove. Being magical items with different sources, they needed to be properly dealt with. Or Sarah heard a click. Like a chain reaction, the magical salt acted as a catalyst while the meat with plenty of aura became the explosive. The result, boom. Sarah hurriedly covered the whole dish with a water bubble, and the explosion that could have blown away the other ingredients in the kitchen was quietly silenced. Arg. I'd rather believe Dad will talk to me properly than I can cook. Sarah clasped her forehead in frustration. Don't give up, miss. Anna appeared in the huge kitchen and said. You came a long way, miss. Sarah blinked and pointed to herself. I did. Anna nodded seriously. Of course. It's been 4 days since you started training. You learned cooking with normal ingredients on the first day. I even let one of you pursuers, some random young master, taste the dish. Because it was made of normal ingredients, the effect was limited. He stayed in the washroom for only an hour. Once you got your hands on magic ingredients, you had to learn it all over again. You blew up everything under 1 minute on the second day. The young master waited. On the third day, you were able to cook something, or rather what was left after you blew up was no longer ashes. That cooked thing, taste is another matter. But its lethality is just astounding. The young master tasted it again. It's been 30 hours and the young master still hasn't come out of washroom. He's even a level 4. Miss, I know no one who can rival your talent in poison making. Anna's voice was full of sincerity as she praised her young miss. Sarah, on the other hand, almost coughed out blood. When did I say I was learning to concoct poisons? I was only trying to cook. Ahem, Aunt Anna, I am trying to see cook, edible food. Sarah squeezed out a smile and explained. Anna was dumbfounded and wanted to slap herself. I see. Even then, you aren't far away. You just need to not blow up everything like. Boom. Sarah hurriedly covered another dish, or what was once a dish, in making with water bubble. She looked back at Anna and said. Sorry, what were you saying? Anna sighed deeply and resumed guiding Sarah. Everything in the world had aura. But only after a certain threshold was reached would they be called spiritual. Spiritual ingredients were beneficial to awakeners. Eating spiritual dishes every day would help lay a solid foundation in the beginning. It also increases progresses, loosens bottlenecks and improves one's strength, the specificity depending on the ingredients and the dish itself. But there was a catch. Since each and every item had quite some aura, they needed to be handled delicately. Any incompatibility, any trigger, any reaction would result in accidents, most of them leading to destruction of the ingredients. Thus, spiritual cooks needed to be very precise. In fact, even repeating the same amount of ingredients won't work. Weather, surrounding aura concentration and one's own condition must also be taken into account. Thus, just any other person couldn't be a spiritual cook. Or miss, you can take a break. Anna said in distress. Sarah was completely dedicating herself to this. She was trying to get the feel right. It was an intuition honed through hundreds of failed experiments. She was close, yet it was far away. Don't wanna. Sarah mumbled and continued on. The black apron stuck to her white clothes, a small top and a long skirt. As she moved around tirelessly, her golden bangs stuck to her forehead as she sweated. Anna watched the figure of the hard-working girl and fell into a daze. Unknowingly, she muttered. Miss? HM? I'm listening. Sarah answered, her back still turned to Anna. Is it really worth it? Her voice had a hint of grief and questioning. What is worth what? Sarah titled her head in confusion, but carefully mixed the meat with the spices. Spending 4 days of your training on something like this. Anna finally said, her voice drawing out in the end. 2 months ago, you would never do this. Sarah's movements slowed down, then halted altogether. She opened her mouth to say something, but ended up closing it. I like the way he enjoys what you cook. I know he smiles a lot, but most of the time, it's for courtesy. When he eats your dishes, that's one of the few times he is genuinely happy. I want to do the same. Sarah said, biting her lip. He hides it well, but he has a painful past. I know that because I am the same. I cannot change his past. But I can at least make him smile more. Anna fell silent. A few months ago, she was the one asking Sarah to take rest everyone now and then. To have a life outside her relentless training. Who would have thought this day would come? Miss, he saved you twice, all right. I know you're grateful, but this doesn't look like that, it's... Anna couldn't say it in the end. It's like we're good friends, right? I think so too. Sarah smiled at Anna. I mean, I do think Crimson and Luca are good friends, but Varian is more special. She sounded confused herself, but continued her work regardless. Behind her, Anna face-bombed. Evander, this is the result of you warning every boy when she was in school. Now she gets some suitors, but she doesn't understand these things properly. Arg. What am I gonna do? Of course, he wasn't referring to not seeing Gareth. It was just his life. In the past 2 months, he experienced too much. Shadow Order, Abyssals, Lost Dungeon, Dreamer, Rena Planetoid. He recalled the days when he was in Leon Training Hall. Gareth used to persuade him to go to dungeon, he refused. But once he took that step, everything changed. Gareth, too, looked through the sliding doors. His sight, however, was on his rather traditional wooden house. There used to be a group of people in this house, brothers and not born to same mother. Then, that happened. When he was loosing them, that 1 second indeed felt like an year. Perhaps longer. Shaking his head, Gareth looked at the handsome young man in front of him and smirked. You are becoming a philosopher or what? I'd rather not. I don't want to waste my precious youth babbling with old men. Varian raised his hands and said. Gareth was taken aback by his response. The Varian 2 months ago would never give this answer. Good. Gareth nodded vigorously in approval, a big grin creeping on his face. Varian had changed. Gone was the boy in self-doubt and defeat. He didn't escape from his past anymore. He wasn't depressed anymore. Gareth didn't know if only awakening helped him this much, but regardless, he was happy. The Varian today defied even his wildest expectations. It was only midsummer break of first semester and yet here he was, a level 5 awakener. Incredible. Gareth sighed inwardly. Perhaps he was the one who best understood Varian's starting point. In just 2 months, this boy went from a nobody to a crucial talent. You look more confident. Gareth complimented. Thanks, but let me say this again, I'm grateful for your help. Varian said in a sincere tone. If not for Gareth, he'd have never taken the first step. He would have never awakened. He would still be in the Leon training hall, wasting away his life into oblivion. Sia would still be a mystery to him. A manifestation of his own depression. He would live his whole life on his fake memories and haunted by his past. In a sense, Gareth changed his life. And saved him. Such kindness was hard to repay. Then do me a favor and never say thanks again. Gareth shifted in his seat. Varian laughed it off. Then, his expression slowly hardened. You know my tutor Seth, right? Gareth raised an eyebrow. I was about to bring him up, but go on. Varian's face scrunched up as she said. I inquired about him. The authorities said he went on a mission. I can't find any such mission. What the hell happened? A few weeks after your death news came, he entered the demon abyss. Gareth slowly said. What? Varian stood up, his movements causing a huge shockwave. The shockwaves were about to hit the air, and unless Varian wanted to expose his space powers, it was already too late. The house built of seemingly normal wood was bound to be destroyed. Snap! Varian saw Gareth snap his fingers, and in an instant, the space solidified, and with it, the shockwaves. This is really a normal house. It'll blow away with your shockwaves. Gareth said with a distressed expression. The corners of Varian's mouth twitched as he asked. You are a high awakener? Gareth shrugged. Who knows? So the rumors that Gareth was level 7. Varian threw them out of his mind and sat down. He didn't care what level Gareth was. If he wanted to, he'd tell him. If not, prying was disrespectful. It's my abruptness. I apologize. I can understand. Seth had similar reactions after all. Gareth smiled and poured some tea. Have some tea. Wait, Tutor was here? Varian held the cup but stopped abruptly, turning to Gareth. And he also wanted to say, can you say the complete thing at once? But held himself back. Yes, and you need to train your mental state more. Don't be surprised, at least don't show it. Gareth raised a finger and said. Varian nodded, calming himself down with his mental powers. He asked with a less anxious, but equally concerned expression. So, he was here and then went to Demon Abyss? What happened? Gareth sipped his tea and closed his eyes. Shaking his head, he said. Seth investigated the matter to the end and found Astor Clan, Shadow Order, and the Abyssals planned that assassination attempt on Sarah Albert. You were a collateral damage. It pained him. He took the missions to hunt the Order members, assassinated a few Astor Clan members and killed a lot of Abyssals. Varian's eyes widened and he clenched the tea cup in his hand. Thankfully, he controlled himself or it'd break and splatter the hot liquid on his hands. Despite that, he knew his actions weren't of much significance. Be it the Astor Clan, Order or Demon Abyss, he couldn't uproot any of them. Gareth's expression turned melancholic. He was frustrated and his obsession came back. You know his obsession, right? He wants revenge for losing his family. But he isn't getting anywhere with his divine paths. He decided he hit his limit and there was no point in waiting further. So to make the most out of his powers, he snuck into the Demon Abyss and vowed to kill as many as he could. Gareth gnashed his teeth and said. Varian's face paled like a sheet of paper. Recalling the one person who was kind to him in the academy when everyone was against him, he felt overwhelming sadness. He visited me before he left. I tried to stop him. But he's headstrong. So I ended up giving him a space shuttle. Gareth recalled with a smile. Varian felt a bit more relieved. Seth must already have had a space shuttle, but since Gareth gave it specifically for the mission, it could be one of those space shuttles useful for escape. The one with high defense and speed. I don't know if it's fate, but it saved his life many times. He returned a few days after Evander announced you as his disciple. Of course, my space shuttle was decimated. But anyway, after realizing you were alive, he was ecstatic. Varian couldn't help but ask. So, where is he now? He said he was joining the Shadow Guardians. Gareth said with an unreadable expression. He was relieved you had Evander as his master. So he went in without a worry. Varian thought he was hearing things. Are you sir? Yes. So, don't worry about him. He took this path himself. Gareth slowly said. Varian closed his eyes and sighed. His hatred for the Order, Aster clan and Abyssal grew. After chatting for an hour, Varian left and returned to his home. Kyle and Maissa left a message saying they had gone out. Shaking his head, he stepped in, saying, I'm home. And paused. A gorgeous girl was sitting on the couch. Her golden hair flowed naturally like a waterfall, her bright blue eyes stared at him intensely. A smile broke out on her flawless face. Welcome home. Sarah? Varian put on an expression as if he was in serious thought and answered. So you missed me. The expression he put on while he said those words, it seemed like Varian really meant what he said. Pfft. Sarah chuckled and rolled her eyes. You were out for 3 days and 6 hours, you think I'm missing you? Inside her mind, she couldn't help but add. 34 minutes. All right. All right. I almost didn't recognize you just now. You're dressed differently today. Varian scanned her from head to toe and said. Sarah stiffened when he brought up the topic and finally relaxed. She was clad in a black one-piece dress that ended just at her knees. It was by no means a skimpy dress, but Varian almost felt it was someone else. It was his first time seeing her in a normal dress. He usually saw her in military uniforms, her black suit, when she trained in the house, her white suit, when she sparred with him. Thanks, Aunt Anna. Sarah said in her heart and got up, prompting Varian to follow. You'll have to attend Solar Banquet, she said, handing over a golden envelope. Varian tore it open and saw the letter contents inside. Invitee, Varian Constant Inviter, High General Evander Venue, Space City, Infini, begins at 1600 hours, 30/02/520 YAB, that's it? Varian raised his head and asked Sarah, who at some point was standing next to him. The sweet scent from her body slowly assaulted his nose and Varian took a deep breath. Jasmine. More do you expect? Don't tell me you haven't heard of Solar Banquet? Sarah answered and shot a question of her own. Varian slapped himself mentally for spacing out. He missed a few of her words, but understood her response more or less. I know Solar Banquet. Huh, how can I not? Varian answered, rubbing the back of his neck. But you forgot and want me to give you a quick intro, right? Sarah rolled her eyes. Varian felt that his face was burning up, but he nodded. Yes. Kyle was also saying something about Solar Banquet, but he dismissed it. Now he wished he asked him. Kyle, it's your fault. Thus, an innocent young man was thrown under the bus. Hachi. Kyle sneezed suddenly. Did you catch a cold? Beside him, Maissa asked. No matter what level, I am an awakener anyway. How can I catch a cold? Kyle shook his head. Then his eyes narrowed. It must be some ungrateful fellow cursing me. Maissa ignored his comment and asked with worry. Do you think they? Kyle laughed out loud. I'm looking forward to how things will turn out. Then he grabbed Maia's hand as they headed for their date. In researcher outfits. To Scientific Observation Center. Nuff said. Solar Banquet is a semi-formal gathering of the top powerhouses and promising awakeners. Only 5,000 people are invited to the banquet. That's a 1 in 10 million chance. Not even all level 8s are eligible. The inviters are basically top level 9s and strong in level 8. Other than that, outstanding young people are invited. It's a rare chance to meet and interact with the top geniuses of the Human Federation. Basically, it's the meetup of current pillars and future pillars of the human race. It sounded exciting and all, but for some reason, the more she said, the less enthusiastic Sarah's voice became. Varian saw her sulking face and tentatively asked, "How many times did you attend?" Sarah clutched her forehead and cried out, "7 times. This will be the 8th time. The previous 6 times were solely due to my status. But last time and this time, it's because of my strength. Fuck. 7 times." Varian wondered if those level 7s and weak level 8s would vomit blood if they knew this. For many, attending Solar Banquet must be the absolute pinnacle of their life. A culmination representing their strength and connections. "So you just invite all geniuses and what do we do, fight?" Varian asked as Sarah guided him out of the house. "Well, we compete. Kinda," she explained as she entered the large hover car. Varian looked at the sky-blue monster and entered it with a sigh. This car was a level 6-star treasure. "And we get rewards?" he asked, adjusting himself in the large seat. The interior looked like a luxurious room rather than a car cabin with all sorts of facilities. Despite being currently wealthy, Varian wasn't used to such luxuries. "The rewards are good, actually." Sarah paused and said, "If you can get the first place, you can easily break a sub-realm or 2 without any side effects." Varian was surprised. There was always news about some special herb that someone found in a dungeon which helped them improve. But the more you take those herbs raw, the greater the risk of backlash, which ranged from large injuries to regression. After all, items without side effects like ambrosia were too rare. Thus, to advance by a sub-realm or 2 without side effects was very tempting. The materials to create the prize have to be won from multiple ruins. This is by far the best potion to those below level 7. She explained. It's not as simple as more aura. You get enlightenment of sorts which allows you to comprehend the capabilities of the current level in the divine path. Varian sighed in amazement. He needed to go. Now that he knew Sia existed, the higher his strength, the better. Besides, he was slowly growing anxious about the Xanders. "And where are we going?" By the time he asked, the hover car already landed in the parking space of a floating estate. "You don't plan to attend the banquet in camouflage, right?" Sarah said, causing him to flinch. Varian stiffly nodded. Sarah raised her head to the sky and sighed deeply. "I knew it." Then she grabbed his arm. "That's why. We'll get you clothes. Mr.No fashion." Then Varian experienced the most excruciating 3 hours of his life. Now, he was trying desperately to not extend those 3 hours into 4. "This is good already," Varian said in protest. "No. Change." Sarah shook her head and said in an irrefutable tone. She sounded like an instructor deciding to ignore the cadet's pleas. In a way, it was the same situation. He was enthusiastic in the first 10 minutes. Then everything felt like hell. "Ah. Just let this end." Varian sighed and tapped on his calm. The white shirt, black vest and pants on his body were instantly replaced by another white shirt, black vest and pants. "What's the difference?" "It's the same thing," he cried out, looking at the mirror. "Of course, there's difference." Sarah shook her head vehemently. She compared the last combination to the current one. Then she did the heartbreaking move. She said, "Change." "Arg." Varian hung his head in frustration and tapped on his comm again. The hologram covering him changed and Sarah's eyes widened. "Yes." A white blazer above a black V-neck t-shirt, and black pants. "There's no difference," Varian said numbly. "Okay." The color changed. "But does it really matter?" "I pity your wife," Sarah said in genuine exasperation. "Your aesthetic sense might really kill her." Varian shot back. "And I pity your husband. Mark my words, you'll kill him with this shopping." Sarah puffed her cheeks and looked at him. "Wanna fight?" Varian stepped closer to her, and looked into her eyes aggressively. "No way." Wait, I thought you were going to fight." Sarah's voice sounded, mixed with confusion and surprise. After asking the store employee to pack the dress, he smirked at the pouting Sarah. "Did you really think I'd pick a fight?" "Heh. Joke's on you." Then he tapped on his comm again and the hologram clothes were gone, leaving him in his camouflages. Varian ignored any further advice of Sarah to buy another set and checked out. It was fricking 60,000 karma points for the dress. That was the income of an average person for a year. Even though he was rich, Varian wondered if he was splurging. You should actually buy a few more sets. 10 would be enough. I don't want to die. Besides, where is Yo? Varian suddenly turned out and looked at the 23rd floor of the glass building. However, it was a glass that prevented others from seeing what was inside. So, Varian could see nothing. But he didn't care and dashed to the 23rd floor on stairs in a few seconds. He focused his senses and searched the vast floor, spanning a mile. Yet, was it just an illusion? Varian's shoulders slumped. Looking at Sarah's worried face, he felt guilt. "I'm sorry, Are you alright?" She was already wielding her sword, and looked around for enemies. "I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you." He smiled wryly. "I felt that there was someone watching. It felt like her." No. He was sure it was her. But Sia was nowhere to be found. She must have escaped. Sarah raised her brow. "You too?" Varian looked at Sarah in surprise as the latter closed her eyes and pointed her sword in a direction. A heavy pressure descended on the floor as her sword started shining. Arg. Kaya. Terrorists. Shadow Order. The store was soon in mayhem. It was very, very faint. "So, I thought I was mistaken." As Sarah finished, she slashed down her sword at one of the escaping members, an old lady. Varian's eyes widened, but he trusted Sarah and held back his impulse to interfere. Boom! The old lady disappeared and a dagger shot at Sarah's slender neck at breakneck speed. "Humph. Bunch of rats," Sarah said in contempt and dodged the dagger. But it cut off a strand of her hair, and broke the wall behind her. Varian's breath halted as he the old lady, who was now a man in all black. "Who the heck is this guy?" Varian mumbled. There was an oppressive pressure from him. The pressure from a peak level 6. Boom. Boom. The building suddenly shook and Varian saw tens of thousands of hover cars flying out. The ones which didn't make in time were caught up in the explosion that destroyed the foundation of the building. Sarah appeared in front of Varian and said, "I've informed Aunt Anna. She'll be here in 30 seconds. 30 seconds sounded nice on paper. But 30 seconds of level 6 fighters might as well be an hour of fight for unawakened. Still, how did they find me? It was her who insisted that only 2 of them go shopping. But technically, no one should know it's her. And she was wearing a mask, disguising her identity. But regardless. Varian, that guy is Space Awakener. So if you stay away from me." Sarah stopped abruptly and lashed out her sword. Gotcha. Her sword broke through the dagger that suddenly appeared behind Varian. The man disappeared from behind and Varian felt the space tighten. Humph. With a snort, Sarah's water mana followed by a brutal punch broke through solid space. Sarah stood guiding him, her face pale and blood flowing from the corner of her lips. Varian looked at the ground and sighed. If things proceeded properly, Sarah would be able to hold off the man for 30 seconds. Even though their battle would raise the floating estate to ashes, everyone on the island already left, save for the dead. So all he needed was to wait. Or so he thought. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more people in all black appeared. Shadow Order. Fuck. Snakes of lightning, a devastating punch and an unstable space swarmed them. Varian. Sarah grabbed him tightly. They came for me, you, teleport. Varian shook his head, his eyes turning cold. He looked at the three assassins and a bright light flashed. The wind was enough to blow away low awakeners and injure a level 4. Using her body awakener powers, she rooted herself on the ground and shielded her eyes with her arms. When the wind died down, she quickly and curiously opened her eyes. Are you all right? Varian turned back and asked her, his expression the same cold and indifferent from earlier. Sarah nodded slowly. Before she could ask him further, his cold expression collapsed and he patted his chest. Fortunately, I was worried. Worried? About? She asked, half curious and half expectant. Varian said like it was a matter of fact. Of course, the clothes. Thankfully, they're in my space ring. Sarah blinked blankly and then gritted her teeth. She hated clothes. Soon, the Planetary guard arrived and questioned them for a few minutes. Varian and Sarah agreed upon the common story. The Shadow Order members came to assassinate Sarah. There was a level 7 Shadow Guardian who appeared and fought them off before quickly taking them away. Their narrative was a bit lacking. There was no trace of space power on the scene. However, it was their only choice. The surveillance also showed a level 7 Space Awakener in all black appearing after everyone dispersed and taking away the Order members. Of course, it was the handiwork of Boo. The Planetary guard left with sighs of wonder and amazement. Guardians, they just destroyed the Order's nest and now, they are even going for the remnants. Check the identity of everyone that entered. One of them is a member of the Guardians. But sir, it's a disguise. We have a lead, idiot. We can start from there. Varian shook his head and turned to Sarah. She put on a cold expression and walked to her hover car. Is she angry about the assassination? He simply followed her in and soon, they reached the spaceport. Their venue was in outer space and Sarah said her space shuttle was under maintenance. Thus, they reached the Starfish spaceport. The same spaceport he attended for the Academy entrance test. As he followed Sarah in, Varian had a feeling of déjà vu, yet also a feeling of rebirth. His first arrival here was full of hope and anxiety. He was still at body level 1, 50/100. Now, even his lowest divine path was far ahead. More importantly, he found Sia. Ha! Varian couldn't help but sigh. Even thought it was just 2 months, he was feeling old. He got a feeling that after a year, his life would irrevocably change. No. The moment he took this path, it already did. Starfish Spaceport has 8 terminals, each dedicated to a planet, including Pluto. The Pluto's terminal was long disbanded and used for other purposes. One such purpose was for entrance tests. The other was private space shuttles? Varian raised an eyebrow as he saw a fleet of luxurious space shuttles. Yes, sir. We have 80 private space shuttles and 40 chartered space shuttles. You can. The lounge attendant explained with pride before Sarah cut her off with a card. The attendant's eyes nearly popped out when she stared at the card. I apologize. Please follow me. After deeply bowing to them, the young lady took them to a streamlined space shuttle. It was a sleek red space shuttle. It was as big as a regular airplane but looked just much better. No. Except for dimensions, they couldn't be compared in any aspect. Varian couldn't find any other term than sexy. Have a safe trip. Once again, I apologize. The young lady waved them off. Their venue was in the outer space, some 30,000 miles from Moon. It was apparently some 15-minute journey. The interior of the space shuttle was every bit luxurious as the exterior, if not more. Varian first changed and after a few minutes saw Sarah coming out of a changing room. Compared to the gorgeous look the previous dress gave, this soft blue one-piece dress that leaned on the cuter side. Of course, she still looked beautiful, save for her cold expression. "I thought you weren't interested?" Varian asked. Sarah glanced to the side and slowly said, "Father is attending." "Oh." Varian nodded in understanding and asked again. "Where's Anna?" "In the venue. I stopped her from rushing here," she said, her expression still cold. "Did I perhaps make you angry?" Varian almost face-bombed after asking the stupid question. Sarah looked at him and nodded. "Huh." Varian's brain ran faster than light and he grasped the issue. "I was worried about you more than clothes, all right? Isn't that a no-brainer?" That's not the issue." Sarah glanced to the side and stuttered. "Then what did I do to make you angry?" He realized she was lying, but to save her from embarrassment, he decided to play along. Sarah thought hard and clapped. "Right. Where did they go?" Her cold expression was long gone, replaced by curiosity. Inwardly, she heaved a sigh of relief. Finally some excuse. Varian chuckled at how fast she changed her expression and pointed to the ring on his hand. "All here." The next moment, Ghost Ship expanded inside the space shuttle. The hatch opened and Varian led her in. The inside was deadly quiet. No screams. No sounds. Sarah tried hard, but even with her level 6 enhanced senses, she couldn't hear anything. "Where are they?" She tugged his sleeve and asked. Varian snapped his fingers and 3 enclosed rooms appeared in front of them. Inside, the 3 men were dazedly looking at the crystal wall. Even when they walked in front of them, the 3 didn't respond. Sarah turned to Varian and he answered promptly. "They can't see us." "But why aren't they trying to get out?" Varian's lips curled into a devilish smile. "Try? How can they?" A robotic arm appeared in one of the rooms and he said. "Do you remember this guy? He's the body awakener." The next moment, the metallic arm punched the guy in the gut and sent him flying across the room before he crashed onto the wall and slid down, leaving trails of blood on it. Sarah's eyes widened as she covered her mouth. It was barely 20 minutes, what the hell happened? She turned to Varian and held her breath. "I dealt with a level 6 from Astor clan a few weeks ago. I poisoned that guy and rendered him powerless," Varian said, his expression slowly turning cold. He still hated that guy. "And I had an idea, if I can use Boo's speed to my advantage, I can take awakeners inside the spaceship before they can react and shut them inside these impenetrable rooms," he said lightly. "This is a ghost prison of sorts." Of course, he only got this idea after that mysterious incident that ended up with him disintegrating those walls. "What do you plan to do with them?" "They?" Varian's lips curled up into a cold smile. "They'll fuel my progress." He told her already, but she treated him like a normal level 5. She couldn't be more wrong. This was the guy who was single-handedly responsible for destroying the hideouts of Abyssals and now, the nest of Shadow Order. "I totally forget." Sarah rubbed her forehead and turned to the side to look at him. Varian's evil smile faded and he gave her the cheerful smile while snapping his fingers. The rooms disappeared as if they never existed in the first place. "Don't worry. Even level 9s can't escape. I plan to treat them kindly. He said, his mind spinning plans to use them properly. Since combat suited his progress the best, he'd have to fight them. But before he did, he needed to ensure his own safety. Sarah nodded and asked. "Shadow Order and Enigma, if it's something you can disclose, what happened?" "It's not just her," every power was curious. "Just a few hours ago, Dreamer's Post took the entire solar system by storm. Coincidentally, the Abyssals suddenly increased their offensive on Earth's affiliated territories, all its planetoids. But soon, the Abyssals' offensive ceased and they retreated. All she could guess from the sudden actions of planetary guards and the secret reports of destroyed secret realms was that Dreamer informed Enigma of the Order's secret realms. Abyssals wanted to help out the Order but failed. However, why did he contact Enigma in the first place? Varian's eyes lost focus for a moment before he gave her a smile mixed with joy and grief. Let's just say, I am a step closer to why I started. Looking at her, he added. I'm not acting against human race. Father hates Enigma. Sarah bit her lip and said. He hates everything that is not human. How much does he know? Varian's body stiffened for a moment, but he waved his hand. Nonchalantly, you don't tell him. I don't tell him. He won't know that I'm the guy who struck the deal with her. Yeah. Sarah nodded and suddenly raised her head. Can you do the same to level 9s? Imprisoning them? If you could, then abyssals. The more she spoke, the more enthusiastic her voice turned. Whoa. Calm down. Varian raised his hands and said. Boo was heavily damaged. Apparently, it was able to regain this capability only recently. According to it, level 8s and level 9s have a quick response and will dodge. He said, repeating Boo's words sounding in his mind. Even if they are somehow taken in, if the rooms don't capture them quick enough, they'll wreak havoc inside the ship's important parts and destroy it. In short, it's too risky. The highest it can go for is level 7s. Varian said with a tinge of regret. If it was really possible to take in level 8s and level 9s, his training speed would skyrocket. Master, you're being too greedy. You not only have some secret that increases your progress like crazy, but you even got personal training packages now. Boo complained. Varian coughed lightly and pretended to not have heard it. To seek more is human nature. On the other hand, Sarah was lamenting. If level 8s and level 9s of abyssals could be imprisoned, the war would end in no time. No, it wouldn't. There are abyss kings and queens. But above them all, there's an emperor in celestial rank you all have no clue of. Varian thought, but didn't say it out loud. Approaching Infini City, the AI announced. Varian looked outside the amethyst glass windows and gasped in wonder. In the dark space, a dazzling city shone in golden light. Spanning hundreds of miles, it looked like heavens in the myths. It was in the shape of infinity and hence the name, Infini. Varian thought space cities were nothing more than more floating buildings, but boy was he wrong. He noticed the armaments and fortifications covering the city. This was a fricking war city. In case of an all-out war, it would be a mobile fortress. Gulp. Varian swallowed his saliva as his mind imagined a full-scale war. Humans now were more prepared than ever. And with every passing, the power differential between humans and abyssals was diminishing. Even now, it was unsure whether abyssals could win an all-out war against humans. Most likely, they could. But the price would be near annihilation of the 8 abysses. Of course, if it was humans who waged an all-out war, abyssals could easily win. Infini City is one of the first space cities. Sarah explained. It was built a few decades after dungeons appeared. When abyssals appeared 120 years ago, Infini City played a major role. It destroyed thousands of abyss space shuttles and bought us time. Of course, it was nearly destroyed in the end. After the war, it was reconstructed. Today, Infini City can block off level 8s. Hiss. Varian sucked in a cold breath. Despite their internal differences, humans were indeed progressing rapidly. 2 patrol ships scanned their space shuttle before letting them in. Varian stepped on the metallic ground of the city and breathed in the fresh air. Humans have long mastered the technology of creating atmosphere and adjusting gravity. Welcome, young master. Welcome, young miss. Richard and Anna bowed lightly greeting them. They nodded lightly and followed the older people to the venue. Varian stepped on a shining blue road, beside the 3. The next moment, the strip of the road accelerated to great speeds while a protective cover was formed around him. Even while they traveled at high speeds through the city, Varian found the grandeur hard to ignore. On one hand, there was wide blue roads, shining crystalline buildings, and incredibly gorgeous sky bridges. On the other hand, there were holograms informing the latest developments on the front lines, latest high-tech weapons installed on the city borders, auras belonging to high awakeners everywhere. A militaristic atmosphere seamlessly blended with a futuristic vision. Soon, they stepped in front of an elevator. Looking up, the floating building was in the shape of infinity and glowed with golden light. A few more groups of people also standing at a distance. They looked at Sarah and distanced themselves whilst the others looked at her and sneered. Richard, who was silently till now, said, "Young Master will arrive shortly." The location for the younger and older generation are in two different halves. There will be a common meeting after some time. You can ask young Miss if you have any questions. Please remember that you are representing Master. Varian nodded, and with their instruction, he took out his invitation. A light flashed, and in the next moment, he was standing in a banquet hall filled with young men and women around his age. As soon as he appeared, hundreds of auras locked onto him. All of them were in level 6. At that moment, Varian recalled. Solar Banquet was not just a gathering of the powerhouses. It was also the gathering of the best geniuses. The floor was paved with rare and luxurious alloy codium, an excellent reflector of aura. The walls were engraved with aura-gathering formation. Thousands of aura crystals were burnt every minute, resulting in rich aura atmosphere. Just by breathing in the hall, a low awakener would make tremendous progress. The golden codium floor bounced back the aura, which soon condensed into white fog which hung 2 feet above the ground. Clad in luxurious clothing, the young men and women walked in the hall with knee-deep foggy aura. The scene seemed like one straight out of myths. At that moment, a young man with blood-red hair and sharp eyebrows turned to his right and squinted his eyes. His aura, which was calm until then, sharpened like a sword. His lips thinned and he spat. "Sarah." Even though his voice was low, everyone in the hall was strong enough to take notice. More than half of the youngsters glanced in the direction. Sarah Albert was here. In a soft blue one-piece dress that hugged her curves, she looked stunningly beautiful, yet struck an innocent temperament. Unlike her usual cold expression, she held a neutral expression. The young man's gaze was locked on Sarah and Sarah alone, whilst the rest of the members saw her partner. With an aura of only level 5, the handsome youngster seemed out of place. Yet, there was an aura of indescribability to him. His level raised many questions, and in an instant, hundreds of members locked their aura on him. Level 5s are very rare. Sarah explained, sensing Varian's confused gaze. She looked at the familiar faces in the distances and said, "Usually, everyone knows the people in the circle. Newcomers coming out of nowhere is rare. So, even if it was a genius from small background, they would be identified in high school, becoming a key training object in their academy. With each of their achievements piling up, their reputation would slowly introduce them to the circle. When they attended the solar banquet on the 3rd year, their reputation would already be cemented in the circle. It was how it was. Or was supposed to be. Varian was an anomaly. He did in 2 months what most couldn't do in 3 years. His actions didn't build his reputation step by step. Rather, they struck everyone like lightning. Reaching level 5 before first midsum. Ranking 405 in honor list. Disciple of Evander. Just the first 2 achievements put him in front of everyone. Even the leading geniuses like Charles of Earth, Maissa of Uranus cluster, Ashtart of Neptune paled in comparison. His rise was akin to a rising legend. Thus, one by one, their auras locked on him, even rudely, tried to probe his level. Varian simply snorted and asked the system to hide his aura. In an instant, everyone in the hall, including those in high and even peak level 6, frowned. Varian moved freely under their aura pressure. And they couldn't sense his aura, even in the slightest. Aura could of course be suppressed, but this exquisite control was too rare. Soon, Varian and Sarah walked into the hall. "How did you come here for the pastimes? You weren't strong enough, no?" There were hundreds of tables and chairs covered by pristine white cloths. The table was filled with refreshments which would automatically be filled by a mechanism under the table. I wasn't. But if you have a strong level 9 inviter, you can enter without those worries. Father invited me. Sarah kept talking while Varian's eyes continued to scan the people. He saw mostly unfamiliar faces. The only thing these people had in common was their young age and super level. Sarah, long time no see. As they were about to be seated, a young man walked up to them. Sarah turned to him and frowned. Arman? What is it? The blood-red-haired young man grinned. Children must bear their parents' debt. For your father's actions, you will have to pay the price. This year too. Bam! Excuse me? Sarah slammed the table and glared at him. Arman, we're both Earthlings and you want to make a fuss here? At least pick an occasion. What if we're from the same planet? Our fathers both worked in the same regiment, but what happened? My father worked off his life only to get placed to planetoids. Even though High General worked for the past 5 years, how did he ever survive in the military till then? Arman's voice drew the interests of many youngsters. Varian quietly observed the aggressor. The guy named Arman wore a simple red shirt with a tie and black trousers. He had a sword sheath attached to his waist. The aura around his body seemed like a sword waiting to be unsheathed. A swordsman? The aura was clearer. High level 6. Meanwhile, gazes gathered on Sarah and Arman. My father, Dominique, served the military faithfully for 40 years. Barring General Evander's brilliant service in the past 6 years, the sole reason he was able to keep his post before that was due to his father's clang. Sarah's ice sword was parried by Arman's red sword. At their point of contact, sparks rose into air and temperature spiked. Haha. Can't you wait? Then fine. Let's have a duel. Arman said. Arman versus Sarah, duel. Sarah gripped her sword and signaled Varian to secure a safe standing. Sarah versus Arman. Duel. Following her words, a bright light flashed and a huge, almost transparent bubble covered Sarah and Arman. With a top on their comm, they were both instantly covered by combat uniforms. Varian stood at a distance as he calmly watched the duel play out. Even though Sarah didn't say a word during the entire process, he could feel her immense confidence. Shaking his head, Varian saw Dhruv, Williamson and Mia walking towards him. In a few steps, they were in front of him. William glanced at the flashing sparks of ice and the mirror-breaking sounds of space and clicked his tongue. So they're going at it again. Varian looked at him and asked. Who is he? Arman. Earth has 5 academies, right? He is the strongest third-year cadet of War God Academy. It just ranks below ours. William explained and his lips curled into a wry smile. His father was denied the position of High General. This guy holds a grudge. Since then, he challenges and fights Sarah every year. Of course, he never went overboard because he didn't want to piss off her father. But still, Sarah had to face him every year. Varian's eyes narrowed. 2 months, no, 1 month and he'll wipe the floor with that guy. William patted Varian's shoulder and assured. Don't worry. Sarah in first year and Sarah in second year are like 2 different people. She's just like Charles. Her progress speed just multiplied. Varian's eyes widened as he stiffened on the spot. He had questions, but this wasn't the right place or time. Whoa. Is she for real? She's pushing him back. Wow. Under the exclamations of the crowd, Sarah conjured ice sword after ice sword, shooting down at Arman at inhuman speeds. Arman's body flashed with a red hue, his muscles budged and he kept hacking down the swords. But like a swarm of insects, they kept attacking him. The sharpness behind each ice sword cut through the aura-heavy air with a whistle and aimed for his vitals. Bitch! Arman cursed, and his muscles bulged. Sarah's eyes turned colder, but instead of acting impulsively, she increased her offensive, steadily suppressing him. Wow! Last year was not even a close fight. Sarah was slowly closing the gap, but I thought it'd take at least 3 years for her to reach this level. Damn. William acted as commentary and yelled. Varian saw Arman dodge the attack and putting his strength into his feet, he jumped off to Sarah. Varian found it hard to follow his movements, but the next moment, his eyes widened. Arman, the mighty Arman, the champion of War God Academy, second only to Imperial Defense Academy, was caught in her delicate hands like a chicken. 3 years, despite you being a year older than me, fought me for 3 years, was it fun? Sarah's grip tightened as she asked. Gah. Yeh. Arman was choked, but he managed to answer. Oh. Then I'll have my fun too. Sarah said, and a blue light emerged from her body, before flowing into Arman and covering him. Arman's body twitched in her body, but soon, under the unforgiving blue light, he was frozen. Not just that, but the ice chilled him from the inside. Sarah, her power progressed too quickly. She may not be in the top league, but she's not far behind. But can she ever catch up? She's a dual awakener. Yeah, I don't think she will. The audience, gathered in dozens of groups, discussed. In one of the groups, a girl in purple dress stood out. Unlike those around her, there was not even a slight hint of surprise or interest in her eyes. However, at the last moment when Sarah forcefully froze Arman, she raised a brow and slowly said. Next year, she could be my opponent. The banquet hall instantly slowed down. The other duels that were going on also stopped, and almost everyone held their breaths, thinking that it was an illusion. The girl in purple didn't bother to repeat and slowly walked off. As she left, the crowd erupted into discussions. At the same time, the barrier surrounding Sarah and Arman vanished. Dusting her hands, Sarah walked to them. Her combat uniform automatically changed into her one-piece party dress. The marvel of technology. Varian looked at the frozen guy on the ground being dragged away and gave a gloating smile. So, Maissa came, huh? Sarah folded her hands and frowned. Uh-oh. And she's a lot stronger. William said with a serious expression. Dhruv and Mia nodded while Varian looked between them with a confused face. Who's Maissa, by the way? The hall fell silent. Varian turned around and saw everyone was staring at him with wide eyes. It was as if they were asking, "Are you kidding? Are you living under a rock? Just die already." Varian nonchalantly waved his hands. Stop overreacting to everything. It's just a question. Immediately, there were sounds of plates crashing, teeth gnashing and fist smashing. Sarah clutched her forehead and sighed. She should have explained these to him, but she went into cold mode on the way and forgot. After taking a look around the hall, she slowly said. Maissa Hall. She's from Uranus Cluster. She's also the top 3 of this generation. Uranus Cluster was the group of space cities between Uranus and Neptune. So, she wasn't even from a planet, yet. Wow. Varian felt a stare on his back and turned around. He saw the girl in purple, no, Maissa, staring at him with curiosity. Perhaps she never encountered people who didn't know her. However, it was unimportant for him. With a shrug, he asked. Who are the top 3? Sarah lightly bit her lip and said. Charles Xander, Maissa Hall and Ashtar. Each of them are at the peak of level 6. Sarah explained and saw Varian's confused expression. Of course, there are other peak level SXS in the hall too. But they're already past the age of 21. They no longer count. She said, pointing to a few auras. Varian nodded in understanding. It was still shocking, however. To think that even before graduating, someone reached the peak of level 6. And there were 3 such people. Right when he was about to ask, he heard screams and saw another barrier covering a duel. Are we just going to fight? Or is there some other event? He couldn't help but ask with a smile. Sarah's eyes flashed as she looked at Williamson, Dhruv and Maya. We have some grudges with our peers across the solar system. But we usually don't have the time to repay them. This is the perfect opportunity. All disputes are solved. Of course, no killing is allowed. Sarah shrugged. Don't worry, if it's from a higher level, you can refuse the duel. Saying so, she tucked her hair behind her ears. Varian must be nervous, right? There are a lot of strong opponents here. To not embarrass himself, he must be cautious in picking targets. So, he's going to Contrary to her expectations, Varian's smile widened. I can challenge anyone, right? Sarah trembled lightly and nodded. They won't kill me, right? She nodded again. Do we get high-quality medicine to quickly heal? She pointed to the elixir that a bot just delivered and downed it. Her recovery was visible to the naked eye. Varian threw his head back and laughed. Did he lose it? Sarah signaled to Williamson. I knew it. This guy is a nutcase. He nodded. Maybe because of excessive stimulation? Dhruv added. Maybe a level 9 Mind Awakener is attacking him? Save him. Mia added her piece. Varian stopped laughing and turned around. With a wave of his hand, he said in a cocky voice. I'm off, guys. Smacking his lips, he said. Time to kick some ass. They reached greater levels in combat power than their peers. In the banquet, duels started to heat up. It was a tradition of sorts with 3 purposes. 1. Gain experience by fighting geniuses across the Federation. 2. Settle any grudges. Killing is frowned upon between High Awakeners. Thus, a duel became the only way to resolve them. 3. Establish dominance of one's native planet. The Federation's 8 planets had varying populations, resources, and geographies. But the ones that stood out the most were Earth and Neptune. Earth, as the origin planet of humans, remained the most influential planet to date. Then came Neptune. All other planets that faced only threat of their respective abyss. Not Neptune. It was the farthest planet of the Federation. Ever since Pluto was occupied by the Abyssals, Neptune's pressure skyrocketed. They had to deal with a belligerent Thunder Abyss whilst also guarding against the fallen Pluto. Thankfully, right after the Pluto War ended, military increased the deployments on Neptune. Instead of defeating Neptune in a 2-front war, the Abyssals instead strengthened it. Men and women that lost their loved ones in the Pluto War rushed to Neptune. Millions of new soldiers were created overnight. With the 2-front war, these new recruits from innocent stone to bloodthirsty blades. After being used as whetstones to sharpen the army, Abyssals became the live targets. The front lines of Neptune-Pluto is the largest in the Federation. There were many planetoids, asteroids, space stations and military fortresses between the two. As a result, there were battlefields of almost every level, right from level 9 all the way down to level 7. Under such conditions, even kids on Neptune were said to have participated in the front lines. Perhaps it's as a joke, but the matter of fact was that every genius here fought in the front lines. Of course, the geniuses who attended the banquet were people who fought on the planetoids and slayed hundreds of Abyssals. But the geniuses of Neptune were on another level entirely. The bloodlust emitted from an average Neptune genius was far heavier and sharper. An ordinary person would have a cardiac arrest just from their killing intent. During the battle, such bloodlust serves as a great deterrence. It was normal for other planet geniuses to challenge the ones from Neptune. That was why. Earth's Varian, level 5. Please advise. Varian said to the young man in front. Huh? The young man turned around with a frown, his eyes scanning Varian for a moment before he frowned deeply. His 2 compassions also glanced at Varian and opened their comms to check his information. In a short moment, they shared his information to the young man. Varian noticed a touch of disdain in the depths of the opponent's eyes. His information spread. Being the disciple of Evander brought him some protection, but hadn't garnered any respect. For Neptuners who consider battle above everything, the fact that his last public fight was only a level 4 Narcissus must be disappointing. Even humiliating. His latest combat prowess was only low level 5. By challenging them, was this Earthling looking down on them? Get lost. I got no time to play with the likes of you. The young man waved his hand, as his muscles that rivaled watermelons shook. His 2 followers, Twin Grizzle, immediately followed. Fuck off. Even if we are at almost bottom, we are better than you. Yes. Even I disdain to fight you. Varian raised an eyebrow, and locked his sight with the young man's. With contempt, he snickered. Afraid? What did you say? Veins popped up on the young man's head as he almost rushed towards Varian. If you have balls, fight me. Varian continued to provoke without any remorse. Richard's words that his actions represent Evander were long thrown out of his mind. The reason? Since the incident where he disintegrated the walls in Ghost Ship, the capabilities of the system, no, his permissions slightly increased. A blue screen that only Varian could see floated above the young man. Level 5. Dual Awakener. Enhanced Level 5. Telepath Level 4. That's right. This was the new ability. Unless the other party hid their aura completely, Varian would know their divine paths and levels. Of course, not even the best geniuses here could completely hide their aura. Most could only restrain it. Or Varian would even know whether they were high level 5, or low level 5. With this God-sent ability, Varian didn't just pick anyone. He was fishing for a suitable target and checked out at least 100 geniuses already. He marked off some as targets he would eventually fight. Just not for the first match. This guy had the honor. Come. I just wanted to be kind. Since you want to be humiliated, then humiliated you will. The young man snarled and raised his hand. Naup versus Varian, duel, Varian versus Naup, duel. Following their words, a barrier spanning 500 meters in radius covered them. You Earthlings are arrogant to a fault. Naup sneered and his body slightly leaned forward, ready for a strike. You might be stronger than me in the future, but now, learn to keep your head down. Or I'll do it myself. With those words, Naup's body lunged forward. Even though he despised Varian, he went all out from the beginning. Only a fool wouldn't. Having experienced countless battles, Naup didn't make that mistake. His killing intent also exploded, intending to suppress Varian right off the bat. But, having experienced the pressure of Abyss Emperor clone, Varian found this killing intent lacking. He prepared to block and counterattack, but, boom! A prickling pain coursed through his mind. It was as if icy needles and molding blades were pricing his brain. In the midst of the pain, he sensed something intrude his mind. As Naup dashed at him, Varian heard a click. His surroundings changed. The banquet hall vanished and he found himself in the middle of a dense forest. Illusion through mental power. Varian fought mental awakeners before. But none of them bothered to use illusion on him. Perhaps because they underestimated him or the users simply weren't skilled enough. But Naup was different. Standing in the middle of a lush forest, Varian found his senses almost failed him. Thankfully, his body path was level 5 compared to Naup's level 4 telepath path. Varian was able to sense the reality clouded by the illusion. In the forest, the leaves on the trees in front of him rustled. But that was all. By the time Varian reacted, it was already too late. Naup appeared with his fist a second away from striking Varian. Any normal level 5 body awakener would have lost. Not Varian. With meticulous care, he only loosened the space around his upper body and raised his arms. With the loosened space, his movement speed rose significantly and formed a defense against the punch. Naup's punch connected with Varia's palm whilst at the same time, Varian lashed out with a striking kick. With loosened space, his speed easily reached that of a high level 5 enhanced, even approaching the peak level 5. As he felt the impact from Varian's palm, and the kick he just blocked, Naup's eyes widened in surprise. In the information collected, Varian's strength was only low level 5. Surprisingly, the speed he showed was high level 5. But, his strength seemed to be only around low level 5. Are you looking down on me? Naup growled and punched out. At the same time, his mental attacks turned fierce. Varian felt a searing pain through every inch of his brain. Naup was ready to bank on this opportunity. Even though he was only a mid-level 4, it was his full-scale mental attack. A level 5 enhanced would lose control for a small moment. That small interval was too fast for any level 4, but slow enough for a level 5. But... boom! His fist connected with Varian's and shockwaves rose from their point of contact. Naup took back 5 steps while Varian took back 15 steps. Stop your act. Naup roared and continued his offensive. Again and again, he attacked Varian mentally. Even though Varian's attacks belong to only mid-level 5, his defense so far has been good enough. He needed an opportunity, but, boom! Arg! Why is your mental defense so strong? Naup exclaimed as he exchanged a few blows with Varian. Varian simply smiled and continued his offense. As a level 5 enhanced awakener, his mental defense was not bad. But it was the addition of level 3 mind path that did the wonder. Even though the pain was still high, it didn't hinder his thoughts and actions. Are you just that? I guess I overestimated you. Varian sneered with disdain. The kind of disdain that Naup first showed towards him. Arg! Damn it! Naup stopped pulling any punches and rained down a fury of coordinated punches and kicks at Varian. Boom! Boom! Crack! Bit by bit, Varian was pushed back and in the end, his bones started to creak as blood flowed out of his knuckles and fists. No way! A low-level 5 versus high-level 5 wasn't a fair fight to begin with. Varian simply couldn't win in a pure contest of physical strength. But he never planned to. Plus 10 XP, plus 10 XP. The system notifications piled up as his injuries slowly piled up. He needed to win somehow. If he lost, then his next targets would likely reject him. Thus, Varian decided to win regardless of the means. Humph. A light flashed and a 5-star treasure, black gauntlets covered his hands. You think a star treasure can save you? Naive. Naup growled and grabbed a spear from his storage ring. The next moment, like every other time, his attacks connected with Varian's. Only this time, huh? Naup's eyes widened as his inside churned from the impact. His strength reached mid-level 5. Coughing out blood from internal injury, Naup's gaze turned serious. He wouldn't know that Varian used his space armor to strengthen the gauntlets from the inside. This increased his strength. At the same time, when their fists connected, the solidified space absorbed some the damage. Naup was surprised but not panicked. Despite the increase, Varian's strength was still lower than him. He used his mental power but failed to create an opportunity to one-shot Varian, but... given the injuries they both were taking, soon, Varian would lose, right? Wrong. He knew he was wrong after 2 minutes. His body was covered in injuries, small and big. Bone fractures, tear of muscles, severe injury of internal organs. The injuries were too many to count. Blood was splattered all over the floor forming small puddles. Even he, a high-level 5 enhanced, was so injured. So logically, a low-level 5 would have long fallen. But... boom! Varian's punch knocked the air out of his lungs and sent him flying. Collapsed on the ground, Naup looked up at Varian with a complex expression. How? The injuries Varian suffered were heavier than him, but he was still able to fight. His combat powers were also not affected in the slightest. Just how did he achieve this? Varian felt the ever-growing morpher path and sighed inwardly. Planeta morphers all had great vitality. This allows them to fight despite heavy injuries. That was the reason he was able to sustain. Without any answer, he delivered a finishing blow to the opponent. Boom! With Naup fainting with his final kick, Varian formally finished the duel. When did the duel end informally? The moment he picked his target. Naup was destined to lose. The barrier went off and bots reached them for treatment. The expensive healing medicine glowed like starlight as it bathed him in its brilliance and healed his injuries at an almost miraculous speed. This medicine was rare, it was made from healing fighters. In a few minutes, Varian's injuries were healed. He also absorbed the dense aura in the meanwhile. There's one thing left to confirm. His new strength. Status. Morpher Path L3, 380/400, plus 20, Mind Path L3, 300/400, plus 170, Varian sighed lightly. Sure enough, the biggest improvement was not in body but in mind path. Naup never stopped his mental attacks. Of course, his physical attacks were more frequent. However, it was a comparison between level 5 versus level 5 body and level 4 versus level 3 mind. Since his mind path fought a far stronger enemy, of course, it gained more XP. In the late match, he was seriously injured but Morpher Path kept him going. It was a form of extreme practice. Thus, it was up by 20 XP. I can advance in both mind and Morpher Paths soon. Varian's breathing quickened. Beep. A few bots came for him, with a comfortable chair and took him to a rest room. It was filled with dense aura. The intention was to let the geniuses to regain their aura quickly and continue dueling. Varian didn't particularly bother. Even with his half-hearted effort, his aura was being quickly replenished. Perhaps because of his celestial grade talent. Body path, this is the most important one for me now. According to Sarah, the rewards of the competition later can help me advance 1 or 2 sub-levels, regardless of the path. Varian clenched his fist and took a deep breath. So I must win the reward. Soon, the bots cleaned his clothes and tidied up his appearance. Varian shook his head and simply changed into his camouflages. Before the banquet, Sarah feared whether he'd attend the banquet in uniform. She was right to be scared. 100 XP per duel. That's 10 duels. Even before that, I can advance in mind and Morpher Paths. Varian returned to the banquet hall and walked around, looking for the second target. Unlike earlier, this time, the gazes at him didn't have any contempt. They were filled with a lot of curiosity, a shade of anxiety and a trace of caution. The high and mid-level 6s were curious about his strength. The strength he showed in the last match was of high level 5. But the intel only showed him as a low level 5. The disparity in their strengths couldn't be more clear. Then there were the low-level 6s. The abnormal resilience and vitality Varian showed near the end made them speculate he could be a level 6. That meant one more strong competitor in the competition and no one was happy. They were even anxious that with his talent, he'd surpass them in a few months. Finally, all level 5s were cautious. The high and peak level 5s didn't fear him. But they now looked at him as a rival. As Varian browsed through the level 5s, he soon found his next target. Of course, he walked through, waves of comments followed. Is really a first year? He a second year, I think. The Earthlings, arg. B-Beast, YU. Even though they spoke in small voices, Varian perceived and understood each of their words. However, he just them be. Revenge could wait. But advancing to new paths wouldn't. Varian reached the weakest section. Mercury. Unlike others, there were only a few level of success in Mercury. Most of them were peak level 5. With each step he took, the rage in their eyes rose. Finally, Varian pointed to a young woman and lightly. Please advice. Are you looking down on us? The young man next to the woman growled. He was third-year cadet. Yet he was only peak level 5. He wasn't one of those that were invited to experience the banquet early on. No. He's one of the participants. Yet, he failed to reach even level 6. Not just him, Mercury had the least number of level 6s. Even in ratio. So they instantly assumed Varian's posture as belittling Mercurians. But, look down. Varian looked at the enraged young man and said, I treat everyone on I don't know the same. I just want to fight. If you just want to chicken out, try better excuses. The temperature suddenly dropped. The eyes of the young woman flashed blue. With a chilling glare, she said. Bing versus Varian, duel. She leaked her aura. It was a perfect opportunity to estimate her strength precisely. High level 5 water. Level 4 mind. Varian versus Bing, duel. The transparent barrier covered their fight like always. But unlike last time, a lot of gazes focused towards the battle. The gazes of Mercury groups were hostile whilst those from Earth were full of pride. The warmongers of Neptune gazed with a fanatic thirst to fight. Each party had their own interests as they collected the intelligence. Even though his level 5 strength won't help much in today's competition, next year, this information would become crucial. But the person in question didn't even bother look at the audience. Currently trapped in a world of snow, he dodged the rain of ice arrows and slew of mental attacks. With his physical strength coupled with space armor, Varian defended himself against the ice spears that pierced him multiple times. Of course, he was still quickly injured. But looking at the woman in white that floated 100 meters above the ground, he had an urge to facepalm. I can just cover solidified space around me to block her attacks. It's not noticeable. Everyone will think that I'm a high level 5 from my defense. But the current me cannot hit her while she's floating. My speed is significantly lower than hers. If I even attempt and fail, people can get suspicious. I need to do something. The young woman looked down at Varian with a cold gaze. Since the beginning, he was just defending. Even though he dodged most of the attacks, some hit him. Even though he defended himself against many of those few penetrated his defense. As time went on, the injuries were piling up. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before he collapsed. But he still stood strong and his movements didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. Humph. The young woman snorted and continued her mental attacks. It was strange. He was surely taking damage, but he didn't seem to be affected that much. Did he have a high mental resistance or something? As she was thinking, he called. With an arrogant voice, he said. Hey girl, you're right. If this is all you have, I really look down on Mercury's geniuses. Snap. That was it. Veins popped up on her head and the next moment, she conjured a huge ice spear and thrust it at Varian. In the blink of an eye, it split into 2, 4, 8. And by the time they reached him, Varian found himself targeted by 100 ice spears. There was no way out. Serves you right. The young woman's lips curled up and she sighed from exhaustion. But the next moment, the ground shook, ice creaked and a silhouette appeared in front of her. Having just used a big move, the young woman helplessly watched as Varian's fist punched her armor and sent her flying. 3 ice spears pierced Varian in his shoulders, abdomen and arm. However, that didn't stop him from pursuing and finishing her off. Under the utter shock of the audience, Varian finished his second duel with an abnormally big smile on his face. Space Path L4, 70/1000, plus 5, Lightning Path L4, for 65/1000, plus 0, Morpher Path L3, 400/400, plus 20, Mind Path L3, 400/400, plus 100. The young woman must have never realized that her furious mental attacks were the best gift. Unexpectedly, the heavy injuries even triggered the Morpher Path. Preparing to advance. With a prompt, Varian sat cross-legged. First, the prana in his heart seemed to have broken a threshold. His vitality, resilience skyrocketed. It was like he could even regenerate his limbs. Of course, he had no idea of trying. His strength, defense, reaction speed and other qualities also received a boost. But he could tell that it wasn't the most important change. Varian waved his hand and the next moment, they slowly turned into a dark brown branch. Varian felt a different kind of strength coming from this branch. Seriously, I feel weird. He muttered while manipulated his branch-turned hand. He stood up and tried to transform. Z. With a flood of prana, Varian felt his height change. His torso turned into a trunk while his arms turned into branches. His hair turned to leaves and the next moment, a tree man was standing. Huh? What? The first change Varian felt was his injuries. Even with the rare healing potions, his serious injuries would take at least 10 minutes to heal. Despite that, it was a speed visible to naked eye. Now, that speed at least doubled. Varian felt a warm current circulating throughout his body, quickly healing his wounds. He would be healed in 4 minutes at most. High healing, he declared and looked at his branch-like arms. At high speed, he slashed his arms, the branches against each other and, clang. A metallic sound reverberated in the room. High defense. He punched into thin air. His branch arm extended into the distance and hit the wall. Boom. The expensive wall of the rest room shook a little, but that's all. Weak strength. Varian was disappointed. This attack was weaker than a normal level 4 enhanced. But then again, it was fine. He tried the dreaded stat of plantimorphers. Speed. 1. 2. 1. 2. Varian felt like he was on a parade. His tree legs were thick and bulky. Despite his best efforts, his level 4 morpher speed was closer to a level 3 body awakener than he liked to admit. Damn it. Varian cursed. I heard some plants have high movement speed. Guess I'm not so lucky. Arg, whatever. High vitality, high defense, weak strength, and turtle speed. He concluded and transformed back. Thankfully, my camouflage were specially designed. Or they'd break in fights and during transformation. Sighing, Varian tiredly leaned back against the chair. He checked out the weird power in his head. It was like warm water massaging him, soothing him and calming him, yet it was also like cold water that would focus and cut even the sharpest of metals. Mental power. Varian muttered. As expected, he became a telepath. Mind Awakener, level 1 to 3, telepath, level 4 to 6. Varian closed his eyes and tried to sense the world outside. His mental power spread out and an extremely detailed view of the room presented itself inside his mind's eye. Sleek white walls. Bots controlled by Boo to not reveal any of his actions. Vials of healing medicine and trash. A few chairs and a resting bed. Wow. Varian opened his eyes and exclaimed. This was the best sense. The other two senses, lighting sense and space sense, also showed the world, but through their sense of lighting and space. Only mind sense, he could see the world in the familiar vision. Mind sense is better than I expected. Unfortunately, it won't help much in battles. Space sense is better. Varian shook his head and recalled the details about telepaths. Telepathy. Hypnosis. Illusions. Mind reading. Of course, the stronger an awakener, the greater the resistance towards hypnosis. Same with illusions. Mind reading usually meant prying on thoughts and memories. But without consent, it was hard to do and required a huge differential. Mind reading. Varian's brows knit together and he closed his eyes. He quickly dived into his memories. They were like a huge library with new entries every single moment. There seemed to be a foggy area he couldn't access. But with each passing second, the fog reduced a bit. In immediate vicinity to the fog were memories of Sia. That meant these memories were unlocked after the fog wore off. Those fuckers. Who sealed my memories? Varian's eyes glowed red and he smashed the wall. Slowly, a white and black light started to emit, but it quickly died down as he calmed himself. I met Sia already. It's okay. I will kill who needs to be killed. Now, I just need to maintain my cool. Varian patted his shoulder and calmed himself down. Truth be told, he was incredibly anxious. He observed that the fog was concentrated heavily in the center. It should be the most important of memories. Varian closed his eyes once again and used his mental power to touch the fog. Z. Like ice melting under fire, his mental power melted instantly. Varian's eyes' expression turned pale as he gritted his teeth. Even though nothing happened to his body, just for that moment, he felt like he was burnt alive. No. I'll have to see what I can do. Taking a deep breath, Varian dived in once again. The dark space greeted him, and in it laid the grand library of memory. Each memory was a ball of light. The moment his mental power touched the ball, the memory would play. But in a corner was the dangerous fog. No. It was not fog. It was mental power. Just that Varian's mental power was too thin and was invisible whilst it was very concentrated and almost looked like semi-liquid. It's definitely compressed mental power. From level 7 to level 9, Mind Awakeners compressed their mental power to grow stronger. Is it level 8 or level 9? Varian's eyes stared at the deadly fog. Regardless, he tried to break through the fog and reached the memories. Arg. Gra. Fuck. Damn it. All attempts ended in failure. Finally, Varian looked at the edges of the fog. It was the thinnest part. Go. His mental power, like a spear, pierced towards thinnest part of the fog. Arg. Varian opened his eyes and felt cold sweat rolling down his forehead. His breathing was labored and he felt like his brain was crushed in a grinder. Did I fail again? Varian said slowly, his expression, contorted with pain, was full of disappointment. He checked his memories and found no change. I'm pissed off. I'll have to fight. He slowly stood up and walked towards the exit. Right before he stepped outside, he paused and checked his memories once again. This time, he carefully observed the thin edge of the fog he previously attacked. It was not gone, but it definitely thinned. 2 more attempts and it'd be gone. My mind is too painful to try again, but if I do this every day. Varian's lips curled up. I'll regain my memories, I'll find everything. Body. Enhanced Path L5, 580/2000 Space Path L4, 70/1000 Lightning Path L4, 465/1000 Morpher, Planty, Path L4, 0/1000 Telepath Path L4, 10/1000, plus 10. The fog providing XP was a surprise, but given the state of things, he wouldn't be able to repeat it continuously. Still, it'd be a steady source of XP. At the same time, with the rest of his paths reaching level 4, his actual combat power reached new heights. Before he knew it, he had already grown into a little monster. Enhanced Path's physical capabilities served as the central pillar. Space Path's powers gave control and teleportation. Lightning Path's allowed him long-range attacks. Planty gave his stats significant boost in normal form. If he transformed, his stats would improve drastically. Especially his vitality. A pity that stats after transformation weren't stacked with enhanced physical stats. Then finally, telepath powers let him perform illusions, hypnosis, and mental attacks. More importantly, it allowed him to better guard against such attacks. That didn't mean he could guard his mind against a level 9 psychic. But if a level 9 psychic did attack him, he would be aware that he was being attacked. Previously, he wasn't even aware that his memory was altered. All in all, Varian's satisfied with the improvements. The only letdown was that he couldn't use these powers completely in the duels. With more enthusiasm, Varian returned to the banquet hall. The large hall was filled with transparent hemispheres. Some fights had enthusiastic audience. Varian recognized a few familiar figures and sauntered to their location. Williamson, the narcissistic senior, was fighting a girl. He wasn't winning. In fact, with a swollen face, tattered clothes, he looked miserable. Isn't William second strongest in our academy? Who is beating him up so badly? Varian wondered and focused on his opponent. The girl had short hair, beautiful face, and a slender figure. As she sent wave after waves of ice arrows, ice fists, she looked like a goddess. It's just, her expression was abnormally chilly. Varian couldn't hear the content of the speech, but he saw that the more William talked, the colder her expression turned. Who is he fighting? Varian approached a young man in the back of the ground and tapped on his shoulder. Huh. Vara, yes. I'm Laufer, from Nice to Meet You. Laufer said with a smile. Varian raised an eyebrow at the name but smiled politely. Varian from Earth. It looks like they have a grudge. His question caused a few members in the front to look back, as if they were about to glare at him. But after seeing it was the rumored Evander's disciple who was still only a first year, they shut up and resumed watching the duel. Just one glare remained. It belonged to a young man who greatly resembled the girl. Twins. Gudong. Under Philip's gaze, Laufer swallowed saliva and bowed continuously. Philip snorted and turned his attention back to the duel. At that moment, Boo provided him the information about the twins. Philia. Phillips. Top geniuses from Venus. They were both at high level 6, just like Williamson. Phillips was slightly weaker, but Philia was stronger than William, or at least, they never fought seriously. Laufer cautiously signaled Varian to a distance and whispered. Williamson is pursued by Philia. He rejected her. Since that day, she is pissed off. Laufer explained the crux of the issue. Wait, what? Varian recalled William's goofy face and his narcissistic words. Then he checked out Philia. She was quite a beauty. Why the hell did she pursue the narcissistic William? Was humanity really doomed? And even if she was rejected, there's no need to fight, right? Wait, what if she wasn't fighting because she was rejected? What did he say during rejection? Varian asked, and the next moment, he felt his surroundings cool down. A scorching gaze glanced in their direction. Philip, the red-haired twin brother of Philia, literally spewed fires through his gaze. Unlike Philia's cold expression, his expression was distorted in rage. Laufer hurriedly bowed his head and whispered. Never bring that up. Philia's loyal fans will fight it out with you. He turned to look at the red-haired young man and shuddered before turning to Varian. Her brother is also very protective of her. Tisk. Varian snickered. Anyway, Philia and Philip twins are from Venus. So, Williamson and Philia had many chances to interact during missions. They even performed several missions together. After a few months, she confessed to him and he said. Laufer paused and closed his eyes with a painful expression. You're flat. Huh? Varian was puzzled at first, but he glanced at Philia and realized she was quite lacking there. Lacking was a big word. It was better to say nothing existed in the first place. He's courting death. Varian couldn't but smile as he recalled Ivy, the petite senior in Sayara's team. She too was pissed off when this topic was brought up. Of course, she was pissed and fought him later on. Laufer put on an unbelievable expression as he said. But, Williamson, on his social media, he said that Philia was fighting him because she can't let go of him, that she can't live without him. Varian nearly laughed out loud. How can he be so shameless? He glanced at the injured Williams and rolled his eyes. Even during the middle of the battle, he kept looking at Philia's chest and shook his head in disappointment. You deserve it. Varian felt like facepalming. Neither Sia nor Sarah are flat, if anything, they're the opposite. What am I thinking? Shaking himself out of his thoughts, Varian thanked Laufer and was about to leave. Hey, you! It was a rather rude greeting from behind. Varian saw a young man with an enraged expression. Wait, this guy was standing beside Phillips, so. Let's have a duel. There are some people you shouldn't laugh at. My Miss Philia is one of them. A blue screen appeared in front of Varian. Body level 5 peak, oh yes. Even though it was in the distant future, these potential sovereigns, also called as princes, already started amassing a strong following. No one had any issues. Every prince reached level 7 at a very young age, the oldest being 27. The breakthrough from level 6 to level 7 was like a moat. A chasm that even geniuses take almost a decade to cross. But each prince and princess crossed this chasm in mere 5 to 6 years. At this moment, two princes were watching the duels of the younger generation. The conversation in their hall was mainly headed by level 8s under the guidance of level 9s. It was too far away, even for them. But the other hall was equivalent to a playground for them. Thus, they were caught in an awkward situation. They couldn't play an active role in this hall, nor could they go to the other hall. Before the event started, some decided to watch the duels. Prince Felix, isn't that your younger brother? A man, who was almost 30, said. Huh. Venus. Prince Felix's sharp brows knit together as he glanced at the screen. Two young men initiated a duel, and one of them was indeed his younger brother, FAHR. His opponent, HM, isn't he General Evander's disciple? Prince Cain of Earth added. Oh, your juniors are fighting. A member of the group said with excitement. Prince Felix and Prince Cain suddenly stiffened. FAHR was younger brother of Felix, and Varian was the disciple of Cain's tutor Evander. The princes glanced at each other and saw the same look in the other's eyes. This battle is not just between the juniors, but it also shows the future strength of their faction. I think FAHR will defeat Varian in 5 minutes. Varian's strength, what was it? Low level 5? At most, he's mid-level 5. FAHR is peak level 5. Yes, 5 minutes is actually too much. I've been watching FAHR's battles so far, he's gotten stronger. Prince Felix's members cheered enthusiastically. Prince Cain's expression turned ugly and he glanced back at his followers. Their faces were scrunched and they struggled to make a comeback. Nonsense. Finally, one short fellow stepped forward and countered, bringing a smile to Prince Cain's face. Varian will last for 6 minutes. HM, maybe 7 minutes? You idiots. I saw his previous battle. He was fighting high level 5s. Even though he took time to win them, it shows his strength is not as low as you think. He'll last for 10 minutes. This is my ultimatum. Prince Cain's smile immediately collapsed. Prince Felix snickered. At least you all agree that Cain's junior is going to lose. Cain sneered. Your brother is a 3rd year and my junior is just 1st year. What if he loses now? Next year, he'll wipe the floor with your brother. You. Felix was angered and was about to refute when he felt a tug at his sleeves. What? Can't you see I'm busy? He asked impatiently. Prince. The duel. The duel. His follower, a 30-year-old woman that seemed to be in mid-20s, shrieked. Arg, we just looked away for a minute, what can happen? Felix's words were caught in his throat as he gaped at the screen. Cain also turned to the screen and he couldn't believe his eyes. Are you for real? In the dual barrier, Varian was the only one standing. His body was filled with sword slashes, cuts and bruises. In front of his feet lay the peak level 5 opponent FAHR and his broken sword. Slowly exhaling, Varian walked out as the barrier faded. The level 7s were transfixed to the screen as they silently watched the events that followed. Williamson declared his defeat while Phillips personally took FAHR to the healing room. Varian simply walked to the room himself. Son of a bitch. Prince Felix cursed on the spot, his demeanor long gone. Fuck. Where did my tutor find this monster? Prince Cain joined him in the cursing as he sighed in exasperation. He's only 1st year and he can fight peak level 5s. Felix, do you remember what we did in our 1st year? Cain and Felix looked at each other and recalled their first year in the academy. They were already in level 4 when they joined their military academies. By the end of first semester, they reached the peak of level 4. At that time, they already felt like they were the best of the best. At that time, it was indeed true. It was only in the second mid-sem that they advanced to level 5. But here came a guy crushing their records mercilessly. He's like a year ahead of us. Thankfully, we aren't born in the same generation. The princes both sighed. Even though they had disputes, they reached a consensus on this issue. Prince Cain finally sighed and shrugged. Let's see Drew's duels or Sarah's duels. Varian defeated Far in a minute, but he should have also spent all his aura, not to mention his heavy injuries. He'll probably heal and rest until the competition starts. I hope FHR doesn't feel too depressed. Or I'll have to counsel him. Prince Felix rubbed his forehead and muttered. But that Varian, I missed the only chance to watch him battle. Damn it. Felix felt his sleeve was tugged again. What? Can't you see I'm busy? He asked impatiently, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Prince. The duel. The duel. The young woman shrieked, just like before, huh? Felix immediately turned to the screen and his jaw dropped to the floor. What the actual fuck? Cain heard Felix's words and glanced at the screen in front of him. His eyes widened as he flinched and pointed to the screen like he saw a ghost. Varian. On the screen, Varian punched down his opponent, and grinned in excitement. He didn't know, two princes were shivering at his smile. When their understanding of their divine path improved and after hours of deep meditation, they could feel the significant improvement. This feeling of progress was very intoxicating, almost irresistible to any awakener. However, even the greatest geniuses improved bit by bit. Even their fastest advancement needed to be built upon days of accumulation. By the time they reached level 5, they knew that even they must spend months to advance a single subrealm. That intoxicating feeling was already lost in the flow of time. But Varian was flooded with that euphoric feeling. With each punch, with each kick and even with each injury, he felt a slight, but obvious improvement. He would challenge a genius, fought for a few minutes and won with heavy injuries. Then, he'd go to the rest room. Heal and replenish his aura. And challenge a stronger genius. His actions led to a rumor: Varian was challenging all second years and he started from the bottom. Varian wanted to thank this genius. Using the same excuse, he inquired about the top geniuses of second year and challenged them one by one. 30th. 29th. 20th. They didn't last even a minute. Varian was disappointed, but not discouraged. They were bigger fishes. 19th. 15th. They could last 5 minutes against him. But the more he fought, the stronger he got. And the increase in his strength with each match was higher than the increase in the opponent's strength. Thus, while the 19th opponent held him off for almost 7 minutes, the 15th one only lasted for 5 minutes. Varian's streak didn't end there. 14th. 13th. 10th. He encountered the divine paths he didn't awaken in. Controller of body path. Telekinetic. Beast morpher. Elementalists of water, fire and earth. Even a few awakeners of gravity. But he didn't awaken. Frustrated, he asked the system and it only responded that his origin was already ready to awaken. It was him who didn't meet the conditions yet. And in its stupid fashion, it didn't reveal any details of the conditions. Varian continued challenging. The 5th genius was from Earth. But their match was anything but friendly. Apparently, he was one of Sarah's fans. Varian found his telekinetic powers troublesome, but with his great vitality and improved stats, he finished off the other party. The 4th genius was from Neptune. A lightning awakener like him. Of course, his opponent was at peak level 5 compared to his level 4 lightning path. But the match yielded good benefits for his rather stagnant lightning path. Then came the third. The girl glaring at him. Ari. The strongest second-year genius from Neptune. Younger sister of Neptune's third year's strongest genius. As they started the battle, her eyes turned cold and the air nearly froze. Normal awakeners would be frozen from the soul pressure she emitted alone. She stood naturally in the bloodlust she emitted, almost like she was born with it as she looked down at Varian. I know, we all underestimated you. But do you think you can take the throne of strongest second year? No way. Her subtext was, yes, I underestimated you. But if you want to be first, you need to beat me. Sorry, you have no chance. Varian looked at her angry face and coughed lightly. I know I can't take the throne. Don't argue, you can't, eh? Ari almost bit her tongue as she blinked her eyes in suspicion. With a confused expression, she scanned him from head to toe. Since you know you're gonna lose, why even bother challenging? Oh, you want to know the difference between us? Ari realized and nodded. She looked at him with less hostility and said, all right. I will try to not injure you too much. Varian shook his head at her hyperactive brain and said with a nonchalant expression. No one can change the strongest second year because, it's Sarah. Boom. It was a silent explosion, yet its effect was undeniable. Ari's expression turned bitter as she clenched her fists. Sarah Albert, since she only fought with the strongest level of success, everyone subconsciously treated her as third year. But she was only second year. Yet, her strength was in the top 10 of the best third years across the solar system. She was an anomaly of anomalies. She achieved this despite her dual paths. Even her elders said on multiple occasions that had Sarah been born with a single path, she would be the unquestioned strongest genius. Neither Charles nor her brother, Ashtar, would stand any chance. Why can she have so much talent? Why should she be better than elder brother? Damn her. Ari looked at Varian and gnashed her teeth. Was he mocking her, saying that despite being of the same age as Sarah, she was far weaker? You. Damn it. Ari clenched her fist and the air inside the barrier halted for a moment. The next moment, Varian felt an unprecedented force striking him from all directions. It was as if the air itself turned into iron and crushed him from all sides. Ari was a peak level 5 telekinetic. Each of her attack had the strength ranging from high level 5 to peak level 5 enhanced awakener. Boom. Varian's physical strength erupted as he broke free of the mental power and dashed at Ari. Like lightning, he covered half of the distance in an instant, but before he could take another step, his instinct screamed at him. An invisible force crashed down at him like a sledgehammer and Varian hurried to put up his arms in guard. But the mental power once again appeared and tried to lock up his arms. Telekinetics are annoying as fuck. Varian heard the line many times, but only now did he understand why. With their ability to attack from long distance, and from any direction, they were difficult to deal with. Boom. Boom. Like metal chains breaking, Ari's mental power binding Varian was broken. Ari's eyes narrowed dangerously at Varian a few hundred meters away from her. I'll make you kneel. She gritted her teeth. But her years of experience in fighting the Pluto abyssals didn't let her lose control due to emotions. With calculated calmness, she carefully captured his moments in her mental sense. Through her mental vision, she saw him glancing at her and his knees pressing into the ground. He's preparing to dash towards me. Once he closes distance, even if I can shield myself with my mental power, I'll be at a great disadvantage. Ari instantly came to the conclusion. Unlike telepaths, telekinetics could defend themselves against physical attacks. It was like how space awakeners block the physical attacks by solidifying space. Telekinetics use their mental power to create an invisible, yet solid shield protecting them. But despite that, close combat wasn't suitable for them. Their bodies, despite being stronger than a level 1 body awakener, were fragile. If Varian managed to break through her mental armor and land just one hit, she'd be done. Do you think I'll give you the chance to get close? I'll immediately hold you down with my mental power and strike you till you can't get up. Ari's lips curled up into a cold smile, and using her mental sense as the radar, she commanded her mind power to capture Varian, just like the last time she held stopped him. But... As Ari gaped in shock, Varian's speed suddenly spiked. She hurriedly tried to lock his position to attack him, but he was moving fast. In the blink of an eye, he was only a few dozen meters away. Gulp. Ari realized she had no time and hurriedly set up a wall of mental power all around her. How the hell did his speed rise? Crack. Crack. Before she could even think, cracks spread on her defense wall. Varian's punches were too fast, and Ari hurriedly clenched her fist. Her mental power crushed him from all sides and should have any peak level 4 and severely injured low level 5. Even mid-level 5 would cough out blood and high level 5 would halt. Varian's punch slowed down. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his skin began to crack. Like cobwebs, cracks appeared all over his body and he began to bleed. The attacks from her mental strength took the shape of hammers, maces and other blunt weapons as they relentlessly attacked him. Injuries were quickly starting to pile up, but Varian didn't care and roared. He pulled back his hand and punched with all his strength. Kacha! Kacha! The barrier nearly broke. Just one more punch from him and she'd be defenseless. Ari didn't want to give him any chance and hurriedly used her mental power to yank him away. Varian's figure was suddenly flung backward as if someone pulled him hard. But before Ari could rejoice, he broke free of the bindings and dashed towards her. His speed weirdly rose again. Arg! Ari was half enraged and half anxious. With her mental power, she made the walls covering her, forming a hemispherical barrier. In fact, she would have let the barrier run underground as well. But the banquet hall's floor was made of a material tough enough to withstand level 7s. With the barrier, her plan was set. Once he started attacking a place, she could catch him. And this time, she would deal a full blow from the start. But, unlike last time, he didn't attack one place. Crack. 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 Varian's figure blurred as he circled around the hemispherical barrier and threw his punches. His speed surpassed the range her mental sense could precisely lock him. So, all her mental attacks were either a miss or cleverly evaded by him. Crack. 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 In mere seconds, cracks were all over the barrier. Damn it. Ari repaired the barrier, but every second, the damage was piling up. With each round, Varian began to attack at the same place. Cracks deepened in multiple places. She could repair them all easily, but at the same time, she also had to focus on the new cracks. Crack. Crack. As Ari's focus was completed devoted to defense, a blue light flashed and Varian equipped himself with 2 gauntlets. Ari frowned and put on 2 rings to slightly increase her mental power. But... Crack. Kacha. Crack. Varian's strength increased significantly. In an instant, like a water bubble, the barrier she constructed with so much effort collapsed. Boom! The gauntlets were gone and Varian's figure towered over hers. Thud! Ari's legs collapsed and she knelt on the spot as she stared blankly. Varian looked at her expression and smiled. Thanks. Huh? Ari raised her head and looked at him in confusion. Are you mocking me? Huh? Why would I mock you? Varian shrugged. Fighting you was very annoying, because you are stronger than every level 5 I fought. Besides, you helped me out. Varian didn't say that out as he left for the resting room. A blue screen floated in front of him, and the text on it caused him to nearly scream out loud. Mind path level 0 to 3, 300. As he leaned back into the chair, waiting for the sweet remainder of the system, it felt like déjà vu. Just an hour ago, he advanced in the same room and in same posture. Was this his lucky room? As his thoughts drifted, Varian felt a familiar sensation well up in his head. The next moment, like a dam burst, his mental power rose. The system's usually cold voice sounded like an angel's. Host, you've endured repeated telekinetic attacks. You should have awakened in mind path and then step by step improved. Once you reached level 4, then you would have been a telekinetic. Mind Awakener, level 1 to 3, telekinetic, level 4 to 6, but you are already a telepath. Mind Awakener, level 1 to 3, telepath, level 4 to 6, Mind Awakener path is common for both and you've already walked it. So, now that you've awakened in mind path again, you've already passed through the first 3 levels and after sufficient XP, you have advanced to telekinetic. Fuck. The other was like water that was about to condense. It would directly interfere with reality, form into any shape he willed and act like an extension of himself. He could use it on himself for defense, movement and even offense. Mental power of telekinetic. Despite their differences, they had many similarities and somehow formed a positive bond. Now, either of his powers rose significantly by themselves. At the same time, Varian opened status. Body, enhanced, path L5, 1930/2000, plus 1350, space path L4, 220/1000, plus 150, lightning path L4, 865/1000, plus 400, morpher, Planetary, path L4, 250/1000, plus 250, telepath path L4, 110/1000, plus 100, telekinetic path L4, 0/1000, Varian sighed deeply and recalled the 30 matches. After he advanced to level 4 in Planetary and telepath paths, he faced off a peak level 5 enhanced awakener. Varian went all out and using all his powers, defeated him fairly quickly. Despite that, the match provided him with a massive boost. Boost that caused him to quickly defeat everyone from 30th rank to 20th. All these matches ended up giving him little XP, around the range of 10 to 20. And even if they did give good XP, it was XP to only one path. In some matches, Lightning advanced well, in others Planetary. It was only after 15th rank that his opponents started giving more XP. But even then, it was not sufficient. But the last 5 opponents gave better results. As a whole, he gained 2,250 XP in 30 matches overall and around an average of 75 per match. Not bad, considering that he overpowered most of his opponents quite easily. Excluding Sarah, there's only one person left. 6th young master of Nile family. Han Nile. Varian squinted his eyes and recalled the information about the Prime family. Nile family were stationed on Uranus and were right next to Neptune. Since Neptune was fighting a 2-front war with fallen Pluto and Thunder Abyss, Uranus was extremely burdened. Nile family didn't shrink under the danger and instead, sent their experts to the front lines. In fact, right after Pluto fell, Neptune's situation was dire. The reinforcements from other planets weren't there yet. Thunder Abyss was looking to continue their offensive and conquer Neptune as well. Even though Neptune was not Pluto and was far stronger, the morale was extremely low. Humans almost lost Neptune. Fortunately, the Nile family came forward. They charged into the battlefield and despite the unfavorable conditions of the time, held back the Abyssals until reinforcements arrived. They saved Neptune. The result? 30% of their higher awakeners were wiped out. The enraged Abyssals splurged all their resources as they bribed, lured and threatened people and assassinated the leading geniuses of Nile family. From that day, Nile family was in an irreversible decline. Of course, there were promising level 9s, but the future of the family, the younger generation was bleak. When they felt that the sky was about to fall, Han Nile rose. He swam against the current of times and lived on the battlefield. After surviving countless assassination attempts, he rose as the top genius of second year, until Sarah took over. He was already touching the bottleneck of level 5 and would likely reach level 6. But, he was still far weaker than Sarah, who was in top 10 of third years. Comparisons kill joy. Varian remarked and decided to compare his strength against the normal strongest second year. Varian entered the banquet hall and searched for Han Nile. He asked around, but no one seemed to know where he just went. But everyone he came across praised his talents. Talent. That rang a bell in his mind. He just heard something about Sarah's talent. He recalled William's words. Sarah in first year and Sarah in second year are like two different people. It's just like Charles. Her progress speed just multiplied. I should ask her, maybe it's not related to Sia. Varian clenched his fist and exhaled. Han Nile, where the fuck did you go? The genius was nowhere to be found. Instead, Varian found William supporting Philia as she limped. Her cold face was now pale. The bots seemed to have already administered the medicine as the paleness was slowly fading. Varian walked up to William and whispered. Never thought you were this cruel. William provoked her and then beat her up to the point she had to limp. If this wasn't cruel, what was? William looked at him and shook his head. It was Charles. Then he helped her to the rest room. Unlike the rumors, their relationship seemed to good as Philia didn't object. Where's Charles? Varian looked around and saw that half of the crowd was surrounding a single dual barrier. Are you not going to fight? Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded from behind, almost startling him. Varian turned around to see a beautiful girl behind him. Her long sky blue hair flowed down to her waist and her red eyes looked at him with curiosity. He didn't recognize her face, but he did recognize the long purple dress she was wearing. Maissa Hall. Despite his surprise, he answered calmly. I'm looking for Han. Can't find him. Oh, too bad he left already. An emergency came up. How about a duel with me? I'll suppress my power to whatever level you want. She offered with a glint in her eyes, the red light in her eyes almost shone. Varian instinctively stepped back and waved his hand. Thanks, but I'll pass up on that. Arg, Sarah said your fighting sense is the best she's seen. Maissa groaned in frustration. Sarah, oh Sarah, what are you doing? Varian took a deep breath and asked. Where is she? Maissa shrugged. She had a duel with Ashtar. Oh, you probably don't know, he's the top genius from Neptune. She's badly injured? Varian asked, worry evident in his tone. He had the vitality from Planetary path and thus, even with injuries, he could easily fight. Plus, his injuries also healed quickly and completely. Sarah wasn't like that. Since she fought with high level of success, her injuries would take longer to heal. Plus, she needed to make sure no hidden injuries were left behind. When you reach higher realms, these hidden injuries could become a permanent block to advancement. Of course, if you were careful, with the healing potions provided in the banquet, no hidden injuries would be created. Still, since Sarah was an anomaly, she was likely going to be challenged by more people. It could become a headache. Maissa's expression suddenly turned vibrant. I thought you would ask whether she won. Varian opened and closed his mouth. Seeing that, Maissa covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't worry too much. She's not heavily injured, but she lost. She must be sulking somewhere. Sulking? Ha. Now that I think about it, that's why I can't find her. He realized why she seemed to have disappeared. As he was about to respond, he heard a shout from the distance. Amidst the cheers of his fans, a handsome young man in traditional martial artist clothing walked as the crowd cleared the way. His robes that were slightly torn quickly repaired themselves. He spotted Maissa with Varian and in an instant appeared in front of them. Varian felt like he was standing in front of a ball of fire. He ignored Varian and asked the girl in purple dress. Maissa, a fight? Maissa tapped her chin and shook her head. I am pissed that someone rejected me. I'm gonna reject you. Huh? Marcus raised his head and said with a fierce expression. Who is it? I'll get them to agree. His aura suddenly swelled and he seemed like he would do what he said. Varian silently wiped the sweat due to the increasing heat and looked at Maissa. She didn't reply and instead nudged Marcus. Xavier is about to challenge Charles. Marcus's fierce expression collapsed and he vanished, leaving behind the words. Fuck. I'm always late. Varian saw him appear at the huge crowd in the center of the banquet hall. Through the holograms on the walls, he could see the battle had not yet started. The barrier, unlike others, was very big, at least 5 miles in radius. But in the vast banquet hall, it amounted to nothing. Varian slowly walked towards the hologram, but with each step, he moved dozens of meters. Only very young people who came here for experience were watching the holograms. All the level 5s and level 6s were around the barrier, hoping to gain insights into the battle that was yet to begin. Charles. Varian muttered as he looked at the imposing figure in the barrier. With noble golden hair and intense green eyes, Charles just by being present. Varian couldn't explain what it was, but there was an air of depression around him. He really touched it, huh? Maissa sighed beside him. Her sigh was a mixture of wonder and exasperation. Touch what? Varian asked with curiosity. Maissa turned to him, her expression incredibly serious, to the point of being grim. Level 7 Bottleneck. Varian didn't understand the implications. But it wasn't really his fault. He didn't have to deal with bottlenecks. A stupid, but useful system dealt with such stuff. Maissa covered her face with a palm and sighed even more. You can't be serious, anyway, just touching the bottleneck needs 3 years, breaking it needs another 3. So, even the best princes of the Federation reached level 7 only when they're around 26 years. Varian opened his mouth and closed again. If those who reach level 7 at 26 years can be called princes, then he's certain to reach level 7 within a year. Heck. In a month or 2. So, what should he be called? Emperor? Ancestor? Primordial originator? Besides, all his practice time barely amounted to 2 months. Maissa looked at his expression and patted his shoulder softly. Now you know. Even if nothing more happens, he'll reach level 7 at 23 years. Varian thought of the conversation he heard earlier and carefully asked. The top 5 geniuses in the solar system are you, Charles Xander, Marcus Karen, Ashtar, and Xavier Bell. The order in the 5 is not no, but you're all in the same league, no? In fact, he was understating her importance. It was top 3 that was disputed among Charles, Maissa and Ashtar. Maissa didn't respond to his comment and looked at the hologram. A mocking laugh escaped her lips as her shoulders trembled. Same league. Did she lose it? Varian asked to be on standby. He never understood why Maissa approached him in the first place. And her presence just caused everyone to stay away from him. Just see the matches and decide for yourself. She regained her calm expression and said like nothing happened. Sure. Varian focused back on the hologram. They spoke a few words and in the next instant, the sound from the barrier was transmitted outward. So, they agreed to let everything be heard, huh? Charles Xander looked at the 3 young men in front of him and raised his hand. Mercury's Caleb, Venus Philia, Saturn's Helia and Uranus Rhodi Nile. He uttered their names like they were some goods in the grocery list and pointed to the 2. Now all I have left is Mars, Jupiter and Neptune. You guys are too weak for me to fight one by one. Just come together, you 3. Saying so, he paused as if he was suddenly remembered something. Oh, that Maissa? You can add her if you want to, not like it's gonna change a thing. Veins popped up on the foreheads of the 3 young men. Charles didn't care one bit and shouted. Maissa, are you joining the duel? His voice reverberated across the hall and everyone heard it. This bastard. Varian cursed inside his mind. Publicly calling her like this, he gave her no choice. If she declined, she would be labeled as a coward. If she agreed, she would be dragged into the battle, which was exactly what he wanted. Varian didn't know Maissa's powers, but he had a feeling that she was quite a distance away from Charles. So, whatever she chooses, she was going to lose. Following Charles's voice, all the members in the banquet hall turned to her. Facing thousands of stares, Maissa remained unperturbed and gave off a soft chuckle. If you were to lose against 3 of them, then me joining them would change nothing. Her voice was peaceful as she continued. If you were to win against the 3 of them, then me joining, considering that you're stronger than all of us, would only be shameful. She even put on an expression of shame. Do you think I'm such a person? If I fight, I'd rather lose by myself than win by ganging up on someone. So, please start the duel without me. If you lose, you should rethink your abilities to ask me for a duel. If you win, why still fight me when you are already stronger than me? And I'm preparing myself for the competition. Maissa said with a serious expression. The audience unanimously agreed with her response, almost showering praises on her. TSK, Varian clicked his tongue. Her reply caught him by surprise. Charles was stumped at her response and slowly responded with a yeah. Then he looked at the 3 young men in front of him. Suddenly, his anger flared up. Her hair was tied into a bun and she carried herself with elegance. How do I say, it's a weird feeling. The young man to her right, with dull gray hair but brilliantly bright green eyes, said, rubbing the back of his neck. You can trust Carl, Iris. His instincts are one of the best I've seen. And you know, I socialize a lot. The third person on the table, a rather plump young woman, sipped the champagne in her glass and said. Princess Iris' brows knit together for a split second before she nodded at Prince Carl. Even though once becoming a prince, each one of them spent a lot of time on the front lines, some spent a lot more than others and picked up a knack for discerning intricate things. Like Prince Carl of Neptune. Rumors say that he spends, except for a month, he spends all his time on the front lines. Alright, but you do realize how weird it sounds, right? Growing that strong in the middle of a battle? Just absurd. She said to Carl, implying she was yet to be convinced, but wanted to hear more. Prince Carl was a smart man and he tapped on his comm. There were a total of 30 matches on the comm. He started all the 30 of them at once and said. Varian, 18 years old, the intel said he's a low level 5. But turns out, his strength is likely to be peak level 5. He's disciple of General Evander, so I'm ruling out him using forbidden drugs or too many natural treasures to advance. Watch all the battles once. Princess Iris was a level 7 super awakener, the higher form of enhanced. Thus, she had no trouble in watching the 30 videos together. Soon after she did, she asked him to play them once again. Again. And again. Finally, she held out her hand and asked him to stop. Did you see it? Carl asked with a raised brow. Princess Iris' face scrunched up as she begrudgingly nodded. It felt normal. Unless I looked for it, no, even though I looked for it, I barely found the differences. Prince Carl nodded in understanding and said. It's not just you, but almost everyone would feel the same. Princess Iris clasped her hands and asked, her voice trembled without meaning to. So, he really got stronger in a fight? Very likely. Prince Carl nodded with a solemn face. Varian's strength rose after he put on the gauntlets, and sometimes, his speed just increased without any warning. Maybe everyone will feel that he's hiding his strength and only raising it at certain times. But, with my battle experience, I can see that compared to the first fight, he was a lot more comfortable with the last. Maybe he just hid his strength all along, but the way he handled those matches is very different. The ease, the moves he picked and the interest in his eyes, everything changed from the first match to the last. If not for the fact that his awakening is so clearly recorded, I would have suspected he's even a space awakener. Prince Carl laughed at the end. If Varian was really a space awakener, it would have been impossible to hide his aura from the likes of Evander. Princess Iris and Princess Rhea couldn't laugh. Ridiculous. But, looking at the videos, it's likely a possibility. At least 40% sure. Princess Iris drew a long sigh as she stared at the starry sky through the translucent ceiling. 40% possibility for the existence of a monster, it was too high. Don't think too much. It could all be him hiding his strength all along. Besides, even if he is what you suspected, you think the ones above us don't realize it? Princess Rhea covered her mouth and chuckled. You're right. Carl glanced at the distant tables where level 8s were seated. And Princess Rhea was right. The level 8 were indeed discussing the same issue. Is this a publicity stunt or are you trying to attract attention? A lanky old man slammed the table and cussed. Despite his weak appearance, he was capable of blowing continents to bits. The aura that leaked out of him was more than suffice to prove it. Just the leaked aura could have locked down a level 4 awakener. It would have deterred even a level 5. Unfortunately, not his opponents. Shut up. Are we all prying into what your Xanders are doing and how you got that potion? You said some bullshit story and we all believed it, even though we all know that it's crap. So, why don't you stop asking about my young master? Richard, who usually behaved like an elegant and gentle butler, pointed a wine bottle at Eve Xander and cursed. He even told Varian to act properly, since his every move represents his master, Evander. What bullshit story? Eve Xander waved his hand and squinted his eyes. Don't divert the topic. How did that brat get to peak level 5? Is it really like it looks? He improved during the matches, or was he hiding his strength all along and you instructed him to act like this? So that you can project him as a greater genius than my young master Charles? Project? You're taking yourself too seriously. What sem is my young master in? First sem. It's just mid-sem and he's already reached peak level 5. And yours? Pfft. He got some luck last year and found some bullshit herb. Or why would he reach peak level 6 so fast? I think it's you who gave Varian all those herbs. The more you use them, the more difficult it is to raise the levels later. Yet, you sacrificed his future just to show the world you have a successor who can reach sovereign. Anyway, that Sarah isn't ever going to be, Hyuk. Eve Xander's body suddenly stiffened like someone froze him. Well, someone really did freeze him. You old geezer, you can brag about your young master all you want, but don't you dare badmouth my young miss. Anna said coldly and disappeared. Ha. 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 Eve Xander panted heavily as he patted his chest. In that one moment, he was almost crushed alive. Serves you right. Richard snickered and secretly glanced at Anna, who sat with level 9s. He stayed at level 9 while unknowingly, she advanced to level 9. Was this his limit? He hit the bottleneck but couldn't break it. But I guess Master is half panicking and half ecstatic. He would have never guessed that young Master's strength is so high. I don't know why he's putting on that show. If he could really improve at that speed, why wait till now? Is he trying to cement his status? Or is it only a show? Shaking his head, Richard tapped his comm and instructed the people under him. Announced that young Master Varian always kept his strength hidden. He is also proficient in hiding his aura, so don't expect to figure out his strength. It might or might not be the truth. But it was in best interests of Varian. That way, he would be away from the prying eyes. Sometimes, human greed was far more dangerous than any abyssal. Regardless of the reason, I'll not let any trouble get to you. As he muttered under his breath, Evander's voice reverberated across the hall. The biggest duel has begun. There were weak and strong among them as well, but they all fell in a range. But, was there really a level above that? The audience wondered as Charles Xander faced off against the strongest 3 geniuses. The Flame Wizard, Marcus of Jupiter, Future War Sovereign, Ashtar of Neptune and Mind Master, Xavier Bell. It was not just the youngsters, even the powerhouses including level 8s asked themselves. Is it really possible for such disparity to exist? Start. Following the announcement, Charles's figure instantly enlarged. His height grew from 2 meters to almost 4 meters. A menacing spiked tail flapped against the ground as he turned into a giant werewolf. In fact, he wasn't exactly a werewolf. He was half human and half Fenrir. At level 6, this was his limit. Roar. Charles' body looked colossal compared to his opponents, and the battle roar meant he was allowing them the first move. Arrogant. Standing farthest from Charles, a short-haired youth muttered. His silver hair shone under the banquet lights as his gray eyes lit up like sparks. An invisible yet powerful mind power reached Charles in an instant and hit his mind. Gra. Charles' eyes lost their focus for a split second before they turned to the culprit. Bow. Xavier's voice sounded in Charles' mind like the rumbling of lightning. He felt the external force, the mental force, acting on his brain, trying to seize control of his body. It was a trick all telepaths liked. To stop Charles from resisting, his mental power launched attacks on his mind at the same time. Like thin ice needles stabbing his brain, Charles felt a tingling pain. It would have severely affected many levels of success, but... Roar. Charles's eyes shone with an intense light and he slapped his claw in 2 different directions. Boom. His first claw attack compressed the wind and shot it towards the flame dragon that was about to reach him. The moment they met, it was like a gigantic fan was waved against the flames. The hurricane-level wind wave swept away the flames. If not for the floor's quality, it would have been blown into tatters. At the same time, his other claw smashed against the fist of Ashtar. Bang! Charles took a step back as he felt pain course through his claw and all the way to his forearm. His opponent, Ashtar, was in a worse state as he took 10 steps back. His heart was in turmoil. Being a controller, he raised his strength and hit out at Charles. With him being peak of level 6 controller, his punch just now was 10% higher than a peak enhanced. 10% might seem like small, but his 10% was equivalent to the full blow of a high level 4. Yet, Charles didn't even step back. All he did was flinch. Roar. He flinched. Charles was not amused. He knew that the High Awakeners were all watching this show, that's why, he needed to establish his dominance. He endured the intense mental attacks and lashed his tail against Ashtar. Ashtar rolled down and dodged the attack. But right before Charles's tail struck the ground, it flicked and turned at him. This tail attack was more powerful than the claw. Boom. Boom. With each passing moment, its sheer speed blasted air, and amidst the sounds of explosions, the tail reached its foe. Exclamation point. Ashtar punched out with all his strength, and that meant, he erased his strength. Kacha. TSSS. Gruff. 3 different sounds were spread in the same instant. The first was of bones breaking as Ashtar was blown away to the end of the barrier. The second was fire burning against fur as a huge fire lotus descended down on Charles and tried to burn him. The third was Charles's grunt as he felt like his brain was crushed under the mental attacks. Roar. Charles' body flashed and he dashed towards Xavier. Despite his confidence, Xavier's face paled and he exerted all his mental power to try and stop Charles in his tracks. But... Roar. The distance of 6 miles turned into a few hundred meters. Veins popped up on Charles's wolf head as he battled against the increasing intensity of the mental attacks. The closer to a mind awakener, the stronger the effects. It could have stopped other level 6s, but not him. Roar. Charles pressed his feet into the ground and lunged at Xavier. Gulp. As the huge wolf head enlarged in front of his eyes, Xavier's body went cold and he felt a shiver down his spine. I, the grandson and disciple of Creo Bell, the sovereign of Psychic Path, am I going to be defeated just like this? At that moment, a blurry figure flashed and collided against Charles. Boom. Kacha. As he was in midair, the high-speed collision sent Charles flying for a mile before he crashed onto the ground. Xavier's mental sense keenly captured the other figure on the ground. He was under Charles's legs. Ashtar. He was terribly injured, yet, he escaped from Charles's legs and tried to fight Charles. Gotcha. With another claw, Charles slapped him down to the ground. With Ashtar as the center, cracks spread like cobwebs. Ashtar struggled to move, but his injuries made it impossible. Charles' gaze turned to Xavier and his eyes narrowed. But before he could move, a huge flame net was cast on him. Roar! With an angry growl, Charles tore apart the net like it was a piece of paper. The fire net was only a decoy as a huge fire lotus from the sky crashed down on him. Charles wanted to dodge, but the telepath working on him so long increased his grip all of a sudden and Charles's movements turned sluggish. You think you are really superior, huh? Marcus sneered from the distance as he let the fire lotus burn on Charles' arm. Charles' movements slowed down, but he was moving. However, Marcus pressed the scorching lotus against Charles as it slowly burned his protective fur away. Even though he knew winning in a 3-to-1 was not glorious, he decided to do it anyway. As the fourth young master of the Karen family, he knew full well how much trouble Xanders were bringing to his family. Xanders were trying to extend their influence to even his home planet, Jupiter. The scary thing was that they almost succeeded. Julius Xander was the youngest sovereign and the most promising. He hadn't fully grown up yet and many forces were swaying to his side. Now, if Charles Xander proves himself to be the #1 genius of the Federation, I won't let you succeed. Marcus gritted his teeth. The next moment, flames engulfed his body. 2 fire wings rose from his back and he dashed to Charles in the blink of an eye. Looking down at Charles who was now in a tussle with, he muttered, "This is how you go down." And raised his hand. At that moment, Charles's suddenly roared. The air shook and the devices recording the audio nearly broke down. His muscle bulged and his arm moved at a speed that most level 5 couldn't see. Paw! Like swatting a fly, he swatted away Marcus. His figure blurred and he slapped against Xavier. Coo! Xavier spat out blood as he forcefully controlled Charles's hand and let his claw land in the distance. Boom! Yet, even though his physique was comparable to a level 3 body awakener due to his level, Xavier was blown away from the aftermath and passed out on the spot with heavy injuries. Roar! His 3 enemies were down. With a resounding roar, Charles transformed back. He looked at the heavily injured geniuses and spat. Don't compare yourself to me in the same breath. We're living in different worlds. Except for the unconscious Xavier, both Ashtar and Marcus heard his words. They wanted to refute, but the severe injuries that prevented them from even moving reminded them that it was a fact. And it was not just them. The entire audience. Juniors of levels 4 and level 5. Peers of level 6. Immediate seniors of level 7. Powerhouses of level 8. And the truly strong level 9s. Including the sovereigns. Everyone realized that the #1 was in a different league. His footsteps were also erratic like a drunkard. Yet, all that prevailed was silence. Filled with respect, admiration, and longing. You deserve none of this. Varian clenched his fist and breathed heavily. Every time Charles' strength amazed someone, he was reminded of the fact that his talent was built on her pain. That crazy woman Roxana, she really deserved to die 1,000 times. But she was already dead. Now, even though Charles wasn't responsible for Sia ending up in the lab, and despite the fact that he never knew about Roxana's true experiments, Varian felt an immense hatred towards him. It was as if he was the one who was responsible for everything. The hatred wasn't rational, but fuck rationality. Every debt had a debtor, and Roxana's debt, Charles must pay. Hey! Don't be so anxious. You're not gonna fight him. Oh wait, you challenge to surpass him, right? You must be tense. Maissa's words snapped him out of his thoughts as his world turned normal. Sighing deeply, Varian relaxed his fists and said, I am no anxious because of his strength. He's not worthy. Wow. Even though you're stronger than Charles was when he is in first year, you took ambrosia or whatever. She said. Heh. Varian smirked and didn't answer. Truth would speak for itself. Maissa pouted at his response and left with words he didn't understand. I hope you enjoy what you're about to face. Varian ignored her. A bad decision. As the biggest duel ended, no one fought anymore. The socialization truly began. Only then did he understand Maissa's words. Varian, we are from Mars Warriors Academy. We have an excellent sovereign treasure, Juno. It's very suitable to train your resistance against telepaths and telekinetics. Our academy is also willing to offer you 30,000 merit points. Our dean will personally guide you and you'll have bodyguards of level 8 round the clock. I believe a smart man like you will not miss this opportunity. Yeah. Let's end it there. Varian raised his hand and said in mild annoyance. I'm not changing academies. The girl that tried to poach him wasn't discouraged at all. She slightly bent forward and flashed a charming smile. We can discuss the tea, leave. Varian said curtly, his voice was slow, but powerful. The girl, despite being a peak level 5, paled at his words and stiffly nodded. I am sorry for disturbing you. She left with an awkward smile. Like the 4 girls before her. Seriously. Varian downed the champagne and stood up. Han Nile didn't return after all. And Richard informed him of the rumors about his rising strength in the battles. In his words. Young master, I don't know what's true and I don't want to ask. But several level 9s are already watching you. Even, Sovereign Creobel and Sovereign Julius commented about your improvement. Some are really suspicious. I steered the general opinion in your favor. But there's only so much I can do. For now, please lay low. Fucking hell. I should have just let Sarah go serious when we practiced. Varian stood up from his table and muttered under his breath. Sarah, wait, where did she go sulking? He looked around the hall and didn't find any traces. Every top genius was more or less eye-catching. Even he had some 20 people on tables near him. Varian, do you want to be a guest member of Darwin family? We control a crucial part of the supply chain. The conditions we propose are, thanks, but no thanks. I won't be affiliating myself with any other power. I've said this 100 times already, but please tell the same to other powers. Varian said and walked away. But, we didn't propose our conditions yet. The young man muttered in frustration and disappointment. All that answered him was Varian's receding back that slowly vanished. Seeing this, the 20 people sitting on the tables nearby got up and left. Infinity Tower was the tallest building in the Infini city. Its structure was like a normal tower, except its top was a floor in the shape of infinity. This floor itself spanned 100 square miles. Even from the outer space, one could see a huge infinity symbol glowing in white. Even under the darkest of nights, it shone with vibrant neon colors. This city floating in space was home to 1 million. The sight was enough to captivate anyone. Not her. As she gazed at the distant red moon, Sarah sighed as she recalled the match against Ashtar. She lost. She lasted a while against him, but there was a clear gap in their strengths. Losing against him wasn't the thing that bugged her the most. It was Charles' match with Caleb, Philia, Helia and Rhodey Nile. They were defeated too swiftly. She saw it. As did they. Charles touched the bottleneck of level 7. Sarah clenched her fist and sighed deeply. She had a wish. Still has. A wish she hid in her subconscious. Something she didn't wish to think about and treat it like it didn't exist. But in moments like these, it always came back to her. Her wish was. She wanted her father to be happy. She wanted him to smile. And maybe say, I'm proud of you, Sarah. He used to say that about her brother. I am the proudest father. Haha. Sometimes, I feel I am blessed. Sarah, you always make smile. He always makes me proud. You're the biggest gifts heaven gave me. It all stopped. His pride died in form and flesh in the Pluto War. She grieved her brother's and mother's death. But what he felt was on another level entirely. It was like something inside him was broken. Perhaps with their death, he lost something forever. She couldn't understand. But from then on, no matter how hard she tried, she was never able to make him smile again. Since I can't be your smile, I want to be your pride. That was her decision back then. It was the reason she pushed herself. Except, the dual paths she never complained about previously turned out to be curses. Even though she was more talented than her brother, even though she worked even hard, even though her accomplishments were higher, she could never remove the upper ceiling. Level 9. That was the farthest she could go. And that meant, she would never be his pride. Unlike Charles, unlike William, unlike Ashtar, unlike Maissa. Unlike Varian. Sarah bit her lip and closed her eyes with a complicated expression. If she could do anything to be a single-path awakener, she'd do it. No matter the cost. But, am I right to deceive father like this? As she recalled Varian using teleportation in the dungeon, Sarah's heart tightened. A part of her didn't want to deceive Evander anymore. Yet. Because of that one lie, Evander was happy. Varian was safe. Was it too much to hide a lie to keep them happy for a long time, even if that happiness was bound to crumble one day? Even if he's a dual awakener, with the strength he had shown at the banquet, he'll reach level 6 in a few months and level 7 at the same time as Charles. Sarah thought as she glanced at the distant red moon in the sky. Everything should have been perfect, however, but, I am really unwilling. Why can't he be proud about me? Sarah's hands gripped tighter as she lowered her head. She was genuinely happy for Varian. But there was also envy. Not towards his strength or achievements or secrets. But for the acknowledgement he gained from her father. Why can't it be her? Earlier, it was Charles. Now it's Varian. Forget Charles, but she couldn't completely blame Varian. Still, she felt a grudge. Thinking of the strength he showed in the duels before she left, she puffed her cheeks and muttered. Varian, I thought you were weak and went easy on you. But from now, Under the starlight, her lips curled into a smile as her eyes glittered brighter than any star. Even though she was feeling terrible, her mood was somehow lifted. As soon as Varian reached the terrace, he heard Sarah muttering. Who? Sarah sensed a presence and hurriedly turned around. She didn't speak out the secrets, but she did speak the words about beating him up. The one you want to beat up. Varian replied with a piercing gaze. Sarah's expression stiffened before she quickly smiled. I was just joking. I sensed your presence long ago. Unless the doors to terrace are opened, not even a level 7 can sense the presence. You should try better next time. Varian rolled his eyes and walked up to her. I will. Her response nearly caused him to trip. Varian regretted looking for her. Her heart was still in a turmoil, but Sarah flashed him a beautiful smile. A smile that showed she was feeling happy. It was a lie. Even though he wasn't using his telepath powers, Varian could tell. She was down. Was it only sadness? Or frustration? Sarah, I don't know what you've been through, but... Varian smiled wryly as he saw her keeping on that bright smile. You don't have to keep up the smile. Nobody else is watching. Sarah's smile collapsed in an instant and she closed her eyes. I am trying to cheer myself up. Thinking of beating me does seem to cheer you up. As the cold winds blew in the night, Varian said. For a moment, it worked. But I'm still feeling terrible. Sarah admitted honestly. She turned to Varian and muttered begrudgingly. I envy you. Varian's eyes widened and he almost laughed. Pfft. Sarah's eyes narrowed and her voice turned sharper. Why are you? She sounded hurt. Varian used his telepath powers and forcibly stopped his laughter. Rubbing the back of his head, he looked into the distant sky and his voice slowly dropped. You know, there's nothing to be envious about me. His voice almost turned into a whisper. If I really had a choice, I'd rather not be special. Some things come with a price. Such as losing your normal childhood. Such as losing your mother forever. Such as forgetting the one person you grew up and come to care. Varian didn't know about others, but he really wished no one else had to face this. It was cruel. And deeply painful. Sarah's body trembled as she bit her lip. He had personal secrets he didn't reveal. But he revealed two of his most important secrets. He also awakened in Space Path. He was the dreamer and possessed an extremely advanced spaceship. That meant these personal secrets were even more precious to him. Even more than an advanced AI that could potentially make him a target of humans and abyssals alike. With a small smile, she said. If you want someone to talk to, I'm always here. Varian smiled back. Thanks. You can count on me as well. Then his expression turned curious as he raised a brow. So, why do you envy me? Sarah clenched her fist and was about to make up an excuse when Varian chuckled. You're easy to read. You envy that your father pays more attention to me. You. Sarah grabbed his collar and pulled him closer to her face. Yes. I envy you. Even when he first met you, he talked to you for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Half an hour. In the last year, he never talked to me for so long. Her hot breath was mixed with the smell of a sweet wine was blown on his face. Crap. She's half drunk. If not, she'd never say that out loud. Thankfully, she still had her reasoning. She was just more impulsive now. Sarah, you can let go of me and I'll repeat the good news I told you already. Varian said lightly. Their faces were too close and even though she didn't mean anything else, if someone misunderstood it, he could kiss his peaceful life a goodbye. Especially Anna. As he was about to force himself out, a deep voice sounded. I'm not disturbing you guys, am I? Sarah hurriedly left his collar and backed off. She clenched the hem of her dress and lowered her head. Why are you acting like you did something wrong? Nothing happened, okay? Varian rolled his eyes and leisurely set his collar before turning to the source of the voice. Who is this idiot? As he was about to curse, Varian saw the familiar red hair in his body stiffened. Good evening. He said after taking a deep breath. Boy, why do you look at me like I am about to devour you? Bali asked him with a smile, but his eyes were not smiling. Because I almost cursed you. Varian muttered inwardly while he maintained a polite smile outside. No. I'm just surprised to see you here. This was the terrace exclusive to juniors. Why did this old guy pop up here? Does he still think he's 18? Or was he here the whole time? Varian palms sweated. We made a point to not talk about important matters in public. So, no secrets are leaked. Besides, Boo didn't alert me. So, he's either far away or he just came in. Boo's detection of awakeners wasn't as good as its detection of space waves. Since the person in question was a peak level 9, Varian wasn't sure if Boo could detect him if he was hiding. The terrace section of US old people is corrupted by stupid couples. Joke's on them, they're still trying to date. So, I came to this side. Bali laughed out loud. You gave up on dating or dating gave up on you? Haha. Varian laughed for another joke. Slowly, Bali's laughter died down. He glared at Varian and said. Then I saw you guys. It isn't my problem, okay? Ignoring Varian's dumbfounded expression, Bali turned to Sarah and smiled. I've watched your duel. You've grown stronger. Your dad is an idiot, but you're really a genius. Even better than your brother. Sarah's expression stiffened as a wry smile appeared on her face. Thank you, it's just, my road to being a sovereign is cut off the moment I awakened. Varian patted her lightly on the back. I told you I can find a way to let dual awakeners advance to sovereign a while back, didn't I? So you totally didn't believe it? The temperature suddenly fell, and in confusion, Varian looked at Bali's expressionless face. The chill washed over Sarah as she suddenly blinked her eyes. I'm sorry, I'm tipsy. Bali squinted his eyes as he gazed deep into the stars. No. He was gazing at a small planet far away. Mercury. No. You're right. Bali's plain, yet deeply sorrowful voice reverberated in the cold night. Varian raised his brow and looked at Sarah's crestfallen expression. She was already blaming herself. Why do you blame yourself for everything, Sarah? He patted her gently, and sighed. Want to hear the story of an old man? Bali asked, and the two slowly nodded. All my life, I believed I can achieve whatever I want with enough effort and planning. My level 7 parents wanted a genius. But I was a dual awakener. They believed that with 2 paths, I'd never be strong enough. I promised them I'd keep up with my peers. I focused only on my fire path, but slowly a part of my aura was devoured by space path. It was a part of me, I couldn't ignore it. Even when I tried to, it sucked the aura I poured for fire path. Before I knew it, I was behind everybody. Bali's red hair ruffled in the wind as a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. It soon collapsed into a mocking one. Then, they abandoned me. I don't remember how exactly I survived. But I stole, beat, and did all kind of crap. Then by some stroke of luck, I found a treasure and advanced. The luck didn't end there, and I joined military. Bali puffed his chest out and said. It seemed like joining military was his proudest decision. To many, it really was. Varian observed the raging fire in his eyes as Bali continued. I've been in the army for decades. I lost count of how much I fought. But you know what? I was always trying my best. And sometimes, luck knocked on my door. Finally, here I am today. Just under sovereign. Bali's eyes glowed with splendor as he said the lines with conviction. Usually, the story ended there. Just, his didn't. The glow in his eyes was replaced by regret and grief as he said. I can't make it to sovereign after all. But over the years, many who could make it died. So, sometimes I wonder, what if it was me who died? What if they lived? Would humanity have another sovereign? Would the war end? Would peace finally ensue? The conviction he had was all gone, replaced by deep self-doubt. Varian felt Sarah violently tremble as her shoulders shook. He hugged her lightly and patted her back. Bali stared at the sky after he finished. It was as if they didn't exist. Perhaps he just wanted to let it out. Varian felt a wetness on his chest and closed his eyes. He never realized things were so serious. Feeling her trembling in his arms, he looked at Bali and recalled his information. Peak level 9 dual awakener in space and fire paths. Varian's eyes flashed. You're the one. And even if they wished to meet, their schedule was too tight and erratic. None of them knew which planetoid would need their assistance in the next 5 minutes. The previous family head of Xander family once aptly said. Being a sovereign is being a guardian. You watch out round the clock for the enemy that might never strike. Because by the millionth of chance they did and people lost lives, you'll always be tormented by the fact that you could have saved them. Thus, even if virtually, 7 of them attending the meeting was enough to explain its significance. Of course, other than the 6 holograms, the 7th sovereign was attending mentally. Creo Bell. Psychic sovereign. Wielder of Ether Helmet, one of the 6 artifacts. He was able to have linked himself with another awakener and attend this meeting. Of course, even with the help of the artifact, if the distance was too large, the link would sever. Fortunately, Infini City was close to Mars, where Sovereign Creo Bell was stationed. Thus, he temporarily took over the body of his subordinate and attended the meeting. And the peak level 9 attending the meeting was Evander. Sin Abyss King suddenly launched an offensive against Mercury's planetoids and Albert was busy staving him off. Thus, Evander was the only non-sovereign amongst them. After some pleasantries, they had quickly gotten into important discussions to take decisions that would shape the course of humanity. The first topic was always Pluto. Sovereign Ares, how is the situation on Pluto? Vianne, the leader of trade union, unfolded her red fan and said. Even through the hologram, her voice was gentle like water. If not knowing it personally, Evander would have never believed this gentle-looking woman was the one who devised the devious schemes to squeeze money. Whatever, she has been guarding Venus for the past 40 years anyway. Evander shook his head and turned to the man in question. Sovereign Ares. With blonde hair and golden eyes, his appearance resembled that of a young man in his late 20s. With a golden battle suit and a spear in hand, even during the meeting, he appeared combat-ready. Ares leaned back into his chair and swiveled the spear. Without any enthusiasm, he opened his mouth. It's fully fortified. In the beginning, we used Pluto's front line was a whetstone. Now, abyssals are doing the same. They send geniuses from every abyss and let them train. To be honest, with the current status quo, I see no hope of a successful Pluto invasion. Reclamation. Sovereign Irene Nile corrected. We are driving away the invaders. Everyone nodded lightly. Ares turned to Julius Xander and raised a brow. Julius, if your father didn't die so suddenly, perhaps we could have driven away the invaders already. Julius closed his eyes and didn't answer. Ares was the disciple of his father, and he revered the man. As the son and disciple, they got into rivalry. When Caesar died and Julius shortly advanced to sovereign, Ares claimed that Julius killed his own father. Even though their relationship didn't blow into a fight, it was very stiff. Evander coughed slightly and said. Once we get a new sovereign, Pluto's problem will be solved. Every sovereign turned to him in an instant. A lot are hoping that the new sovereign is you, Evander. Julius Xander said with an expectant face. Yes. Sometimes, I'm just waiting for your news. The only other man physical present spoke slowly. No. It was Sovereign Creo Bell speaking through him. Each of their well-intentioned and hopeful words cut Evander like a knife. As he maintained a smile outside and replied appropriately, inwardly, he felt like he was tortured. The deep pain seared through him as every time they wished him good luck, unintentionally, they were only reminding him that he'd never be a sovereign. But, he had to keep up the lie. But, am I right to deceive everyone like this? Evander asked himself many times. A part of him wanted to tell the truth and disappoint everyone. Yet, because of that one lie, Sarah was happy. Albert was proud. Everyone was hopeful. Varian could remain safe as Xanders didn't want to mess with a future sovereign. He was just a peak level 4 back then. Now he's peak level 5, this speed is just absurd, but if he can maintain this speed, he'll be a level 9 in a few years at most. What if I lie? Was it too much to hide a lie to keep them happy for a long time, even if that happiness was bound to crumble one day? Evander was snapped out of his thoughts as another sovereign started speaking. We're in a delicate balance, even though it never happened. What if Abyssal's got an extra sovereign? We'd likely lose a planet. So, I'm in a hurry to hear your progress. Sovereign Michael Caron said with a serious expression. He looked like a harmless middle-aged man with shoulder-length red hair as he kept a normal expression most of the time. You've been telling that for decades, Michael. Have some faith in our race. We are almost equal to Abyssals now. I think it's only a matter of time before we surpass them. Sovereign Kevin said with a cheerful smile. The others in the room looked at him and sighed inwardly. In his 80 years of life, he faced hell. Yet, he managed to stay optimistic and reached this high. No, perhaps it was because he was so optimistic that he was here. The optimism even spilled into the adventure guild he founded and turned it into one of the small two. If that dreamer comes out and joins us, we'd gain an upper hand. Vianne said with a soft smile. Dreamer? Who? Ares frowned in confusion. Ah, forget it. You were facing off Pluto for the past 2 months. A lot happened. Irene Nile whispered as she tapped her comm and sent the classified, sorted information. Ares was younger than her. And in those days, she treated him like a little brother. Even though he was stronger than her now, she didn't treat him any differently. Ares nodded at her and went through the files. His brows furrowed as he muttered. In short, from his actions, we suspect he's a technocrat sovereign. But there's no concrete evidence. Exactly. You are too optimistic. Even though his actions so far yielded only positive results, his anonymity makes me question his motives. I checked all peak level 9 technocrats in the past 30 years. There's none showing any connection to him. So, where the hell did this guy pop up from? Michael Caron said sternly. He didn't care if people called him a pessimist. He was the kind of guy that watched out for shadows while everyone enjoyed the sunlight. This world was very dangerous and full of uncertainty. If one wasn't cautious enough, everything could be lost in a split second. That's why, as a sovereign, he must ensure they never take a dangerous step. Well, you're right. He could be an abyssal agent. The last 2 events could be done to win our trust. Vianne gave a wry smile and sighed. I guess I was being too hopeful. He sneaked into Julius Islands, remember? Very suspicious. Michael Caron shook his head. Julius' face stiffened for a split second before he returned to his emotionless expression. But Ares caught that slight change and his lips curled up. Even though he was just a hologram, Evander's hair stood up. Ares, I've been tolerating you since you were my father's disciple. But when I reach the higher state, those words would amount to capital crime. His voice at the end was chilly. The sovereigns, regardless of their strength, silently gasped. It was a veiled threat and everyone understood what he was implying. I am sure to reach the higher state. And before I do, you better behave. Or you'd pay the price with your life. They would have dismissed if it was anyone else. But Julius. Even Ares' face scrunched up and he clenched his fists. As the youngest sovereign, Julius made it clear that being a sovereign was far from his true potential. What he's pursuing was something they couldn't even glimpse of. Humanity's first celestial rank. Then, he'd be the de facto emperor, peerless and savior. Thinking of this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly descended into silence. Haha. Ares has been fighting for 3 months continuously. You know he's just back from the front lines. Irene laughed and tried to play down the Ares' earlier words. Seeing that the room was still silent, she turned to the man with a scar and said. Evander, did the duels end? Any interesting seeds this year? Father, I want to be a sovereign. That doesn't mean I want to join these conversations. Evander sighed inwardly while he flashed a bright smile outside. Of course, the geniuses of every year are better than the last. But this year is another matter altogether. He said with enthusiasm and glanced at Julius. He said, tapping his comm, which played the Battle of Charles with 3 of his peers. It elicited gasps even from the sovereigns themselves. In my honest opinion, Charles Xander is the #1 genius I've ever seen. Evander said with a straight face. Of course, it was a lie. Varian's performance in this match was too eye-catching and he hoped to keep the limelight off his silly apprentice. If you're peak level 5, show your strength since the start. Why do you act like you are growing with each battle? Your acting is too perfect. Even I can't tell if you're already peak level 5, or are growing slowly. Evander almost wanted to beat up Varian for this mess. Not only did Varian fight freaking 30 matches, he even seemed to enjoy them. Is there anyone else? Ares snorted and crossed his hands, his spear still gripped tightly in his right hand. Aside from Charles, there's Ashtar, Xavier, Marcus, Maissa, Helia, Philia and Williamson. At the mention of some names, few sovereigns smiled and nodded. Vianne's brows furrowed and she pursed her lips. There's none from trade union. What about second years? And besides, isn't your daughter second year? Vianne narrowed her eyes at Evander. Evander inwardly sighed and decided to reveal the truth. If he was found hiding anything, it'd only spark their interest more. Sarah is the obvious first. As he said those words, Evander's lips curled up without meaning to. He then turned to Irene Niall and nodded. Second is Han Niall, and ma'am, your grandson has rushed to Mars Planetoid when the situation there worsened. He's a good soldier. Ares complimented and Evander nodded sincerely. Third is, Evander paused for a moment and considered the question again. Strongest second years, since Varian was a first year, he didn't need to include him. That's a good excuse, right? Third is Varian? Julius suddenly raised a brow and glanced at Evander. Evander stiffly nodded. Wait, he's only a first year. Michael Caron looked through Varian's file and raised a brow. What? The atmosphere was once again silent. This time, however, every sovereign was browsing through Varian's information. Julius' eyes flashed for a moment before he smiled. He's the most talented child. But why did he awaken so late? Evander coughed lightly and said. He had a trauma and it hindered him. He's good now. Thank you for your care. But, it's strange, the way his strength rose with each battle. Irene Niall knit her brows and turned to the fiercest sovereign. What do you think? He didn't show any discomfort of adjusting to his increasing strength. Even the best geniuses I've seen can't do that. So, that's why I think he is just revealing his strength. Ares gave his opinion. Phew. Evander inwardly sighed in relief. I wanted to say he's the best genius ever, but he had ambrosia. Even though he got only a part of it, he got enough to reach peak level 5. Kevin shrugged honestly. Vianne nodded and turned to Evander. So, after he was out of the dungeon, he was already peak level 5, but you shielded his strength, am I right? To be honest, it was what she wanted to believe. And it was also the only option that made sense. If she accepted the public version, Varian literally went from low level 5 to almost peak level 5 in 2 weeks. That's just absurd. So she thought of a more plausible possibility. Yes. He was peak level 5 since the beginning. I didn't want to cause too much commotion. Evander nodded and admitted. But Varian is very talented. I believe. Yeah. Sovereign Creobel suddenly interrupted and shook his head. Don't lie to yourself, Evander. He got here because of ambrosia. Or you wouldn't even know his name. Ambrosia helped him once. But he was on his own when facing the bottleneck of high awakeners. In short, despite his weirdness, they weren't optimistic about his future all. Evander turned silent. Inwardly, he was pleased. At the same time, he also sighed. Varian, I convinced everyone somehow. This is the best I can do. This is also the best you can do, right? Peak level 5? If you are level 6, shit will hit the fan. Fuck. Why am I using vulgar language? Anyway, I must warn him to lay low. Even if it's him, he should take a month or 2 to advance to level 6, right? I hope I'm right. The other sovereigns too shared the same opinion and Irene Niall switched the topic. Sovereign Julius, about the secret potion. Evander tapped on his comm and instructed Ryan. The discussion turned serious and Evander carefully listened. An hour passed just like that. Attention. The competition is about to begin in 15 minutes. The briefing will begin shortly. The voice message snapped Sarah out of her state and she hurriedly pulled herself out of Varian's embrace. With a wave of her hand, the water mana in her body identified and contained the alcohol while her chi neutralized it. The rosiness on her face was gone in an instant and her face turned expressionless. Bali was long gone and all she saw Varian looking at her with a smile on his face. "Remove that stupid smile." She punched him lightly on the chest and said softly, "Let's go." The cadets of a planet sat across the white table. The seniors, the ones who already graduated, sat across the back table. Of course, they were all in peak level 6. If they reached level 7, they'd be in the other hall. Varian sat to the right of Sarah and left of Williamson. And when he did, the aroma of the appetizers on the table assaulted his senses. There were special meat dishes from level 7 magic beasts, some of the finest alcohol, and masterful dishes cooked by spirit chefs. For a low awakener, just a single meal here was equivalent to a month's practice. Varian tasted a few before shaking his head in disappointment. He now had mixed feelings towards Anna. The dishes she cooked were absolutely amazing to the point he found almost everything tasteless. Damn it. She's definitely not as harmless as she looks. She's trying to enslave me to her cookings. All right. Varian was preparing himself for a war when he caught the glimpse of young men and women, slightly older than them, chatting and laughing on the black round table. "Why are they invited?" he asked Sarah. She stiffened for a moment and acted like she didn't hear anything as she continued talking to the girl beside her. "Really now?" Varian shrugged and turned to William, who was absolutely devouring the dishes. Senior William, why are they invited?" William signaled for him to wait while he finished off the 6th lobster and sighed in contentment. Looking at Varian's weird expression, he said in defense. "What? The competition is about to begin. We'll be gone for hours. Need to stuff yourself, man." "Yeah." Varian nodded, trying his best to come across like he believed that fat lie. "About those on the other table." "Oh, they? Many of them are our alumni. Of all the people I know, they're the most hardworking. They're all at peak level 6 and they are training to advance." William explained. Varian nodded with an understanding expression. Level 6 to level 7 was supposed to take around 6 years. So, if one graduated at 20, they'd reach level 7 at age of 27. Of course, a few geniuses did it at 26. But that's about it. However, Varian heard from many sources that this time was going down with each generation. Of course, excluding anomalies like Charles. He already touched the bottleneck. Once the competition begins, the level 7s will instruct and guide them. They can ask advice from whoever they want. It's a very tempting experience. If not for the reward, I would stay too. William said excitedly. When he said reward, William's eyes shone brighter than disco balls. Is it very important? Level 6s can improve a sub-level at most. Varian thought as he scratched his cheek. He'd rather stay for the level 7's instructions. But Richard sent another message. Apparently, Evander admitted that his strength was always peak level 5. So, if he suddenly showed strength higher than it, that is, strength of level 6, then he'd come under scrutiny. After all, advancing from level 5 to level 6 would take time. Even geniuses took a day or two to fully adjust their state after advancement. The only problem was Body, Enhanced, Path L5, 1930/2000, AI. Unless I sit still, I'm gonna level up soon. Varian supported his head on his chin as his elbow rested on the table. He looked like he was in deep thought. As if he was facing an existential crisis. If I train with a level 7, I risk accidentally advancing and exposing my ridiculously short advancement time. So, I'd better go to the competition. And since I'm going, I might as well win. If I have to win, I need to win without exposing my strength. But how do I do that? And thus, he started to sigh as his thoughts spiraled with ifs and might as well. William waved his hand in front of his eyes, but Varian remained unperturbed. Sarah, did you ask him to do something unspeakable? Why is the guy sighing too much? Williamson glanced at Varian, who stared into distance aimlessly while sighing every minute, and asked Sarah. I can't hear you. Sarah waved her hand and continued talking to the girl on her left. She saw Varian from the corner of her eyes and was instantly reminded of the moment she grabbed him by the collar and saying, "I envy you because my dad spends more time with you." Arg. I want to die. Sarah felt like she would die out of embarrassment. Now the only way was to ignore him. If she turned around to face William, she'd also see Varian. So she also ignored him. Huh? William was dumbfounded. Is she ignoring me or what? But why me? Suddenly, his eyes widened and William gasped as he came to a realization. I get it. No, she gets it. She can't face my handsomeness. It's too much for her. So she's avoiding me. Then, he glanced at Sarah's blonde hair and shook his head. I'm sorry to break your heart. I already have philia. Then he looked at the sky through the ceiling and sighed in melancholy. I'm the man you'll never get. Pfft. Varian clutched his belly and bent his head as he tried to stifle his laughter. Despite his best tries, his shoulders shook uncontrollably. Oi, Junior. They used to call me Lady Killer, not the homicide kind, mind you. It's normal for her to be enthralled by yours truly. William sighed with a helpless expression. Yes, yes. Varian nodded before breaking into another fit of laughter. Turning to Varian, William put on a serious expression. Actually, I was just trying to bring you out of your endless sighs. See, it worked. Ho. But why do I get the feeling those are your true thoughts? Varian raised a brow and asked with a mischievous smile. Williams gaped for a moment before answering with a serious expression. Don't you trust my character, Varian? Am I the kind of cheap narcissist who praises himself for self-validation? No way. Suddenly, the table seemed to be silenced as everyone glanced towards William. William awkwardly smiled and glanced around the table. Am I that kind of person? Silence prevailed. Finally Sarah, who was avoiding Varian, turned around and nodded. That sounded just like you, William. Varian hesitated for a moment before lightly nodding. Following which, everyone who knew William, which was quite a large number, nodded. William clutched his heart and collapsed on the table. At this rate, will I even survive to participate? To his plight, no one came. In fact, others joined in the harmless laughter. Varian silently observed the figure sitting far away from him. Charles Xander. There was no sitting beside him. In fact, there was no one 10 seats next to his right or left. Compared to the outgoing William, he was very withdrawn. He didn't get jokes. He didn't socialize. Whenever he got free time, he didn't do anything else. He just trained. The first and second of Earth, they were very different from each other. At the moment, a cold but soothing voice reverberated across the hall. Hello, juniors. I'm Prince Belus. After my instructions, the solar trial of this year will begin. A handsome young man suddenly appeared in the hall. Prince Belus Karen smiled lightly at their response before his eyes caught Charles's uninterested eyes. You could sense we arrived. No. Must be a coincidence. Even I couldn't do it when I was peak level 6. Taking a deep breathing, Belus adjusted his mood and addressed the eager crowd. Like every year, the Federation is conducting a competition in the secret realm. This time, the theme is Mission. You will be sent to the secret realm Theodra. In the 6 regions of Theodra, there is 1 flag each. Those who get the most flags win. He finished with a smile and stepped back. A young woman with long platinum hair stepped forward and snapped her fingers. Pa! A metallic rectangular token floated in front of every person sitting across the white tables. These are the keys to enter Theodra's secret realm. If you can take them, you can participate. She said slowly, her voice was soft, yet seemed to hold authority over the hall. Varian reached for the key and felt it. The space was solidified. It was like a rock made of tough alloys that needed a minimum amount of strength. The truly young people who came here to experience the banquet, descendants of very powerful awakeners, were in level 4s and level 3s. After a few tries, they gave up trying. On the other hand, all the level 6s easily grabbed the key. Varian felt the solid space and clenched his fist. Ka. Kacha. Like a broken mirror, it burst, leaving the key in his hand. After a few minutes, the young woman nodded and waved her hand. The floating keys disappeared, leaving only around 200 members. Majority of them were level 6s. Only a few peak level 5s were present. Of course, they all only took it as an experience. No level 5 thought they had any chance of winning. Except for a certain someone. Don't worry, level 5s. Theodra's secret realm has many natural treasures. Even though relying too much on natural treasures can be detrimental after you reach level 7, as long as you don't overdo it, it's fine. She gave them an encouraging smile. Or at least tried to. It was truly stiff and looked like someone stretched her lips upward. Oh boy, she must be the kind of student who never did public speeches. Varian sighed in pity. Speaking in public was really hard. He wished he'd never have to do that, hopefully. Pfft. Haha. A laughter broke out in the distance. Even though it was soft, in the silent hall, everyone heard it clearly. Varian glanced in the direction and saw a familiar face. Narcissus. He covered his mouth trying to contain his laughter, but he clearly failed. In fact, if he tried hard enough, he could have succeeded. But he didn't. A wave of chill washed over the hall. It was like they were suddenly thrown into snow. Naked. Varian stiffly turned around and saw Prince Belus' cold eyes. The blue-haired prince stared at Narcissus as he spat. Apologized to Princess Rhea. The temperature in the hall further fell. Even level 5s were feeling trouble. Thankfully, Belus seemed to have spared the low awakeners as they didn't show any signs of experiencing cold. On the other hand, Narcissus shivered slightly before he growled. Why should I apologize? She can't even smile properly. This idiot. Varian glanced at his ex-opponent and shook his head in disappointment. Does it matter? She put aside important matters and came here to guide her juniors. What if she can't smile properly? Do you know what she'd been through? Now shut up and apologize. Prince Belus narrowed his eyes and said coolly. A layer of ice formed on Narcissus' body as his body trembled fiercely from the cold. But he glared at Belus and refused to open his mouth. He's still a kid. Princess Iris Xander stepped forward and tried to dissuade Belus. Belus waved his hand and his voice turned colder. We both know he's not. Let him apologize and this matter will end. Otherwise what? Belus turned in anger towards the source of the voice. Otherwise what will you do? No. What can you do? Charles Xander stood up and appeared next to Narcissus, patting off the ice off him before covering him with his prana. Disregarding Belus' increasingly colder face, he said. If she can't speak, then she shouldn't speak. No one asked for her extra speech to level 5s. Charles turned to Princess Rhea and said in annoyance. And what are you trying to do exactly? If you can't even smile properly, why show it to us? Princess Rhea's face paled at his words as she clenched her fists. Charles didn't even care and turned to Prince Belus. Knitting his brows together, he said in a slow, but sure tone. And you, don't you dare touch my brother. Let's have a match after I get to level 7. I hope you'll last this long then. After saying so, Charles poured a drop of a precious healing potion on Narcissus and walked back to his seat. Silence. Absolute silence. It was like everyone forgot to breathe. Varian stared at the scene and felt déjà vu. Before he knew it, his blood boiled and he clenched his fists. That day, in front of the dorm, it was because of Narcissus that Charles nearly forced him to kneeling. He also vowed to take Charles's throne that day. Fucking idiot. You're the reason your brother is such an asshole. Varian's breath turned uneven as he wanted to just kidnap Charles into ghost ship and torture him. No. No. I will kick him down when he thinks he's at the top. Varian patted himself on his cheeks and calmed down. Prince Belus wasn't in a better condition. As veins popped up on his forehead, he glared at Charles and clenched his fists. Princess Iris Xander stepped forward and took a stance. If he tried to make a move, she would stop him without hesitation. No. Even she wasn't needed at all. Charles's butler, the old man who drank with Richard, Eve Xander, already locked onto Prince Belus. The moment he tried to attack Charles, he'd be the first to not only stop him but also punish him. Belus Karen was from the Karen family. A prime family same as the Xander family. However, given Julius Xander's promising future, the Xander family was much more influential than Karen family. But when Eve Xander showed that he would intervene, no one from the high level of Karen family even dared to stop him. That was the result of Charles Xander's potential. He's too important. Perhaps even before Julius reaches the new level, Charles might become a sovereign. Feeling the dangerous stare on him, Prince Belus gave up his thoughts and snorted. He left, and with him, the coldness in the hall also disappeared. A young man with curly brown hair and lean frame stepped forward, saying, "I'm Prince Kane. I'll give you 5 minutes for team planning before you enter the secret realm. The time starts now."